Drake range whenever like
target change.
whenever the sheep has a reflect. Looking really good, boys. Looking really good. Yeah, the sheep again, range, and also the Drake. Yeah, just hit the sheep range. Sheep. Get it down.
Coming.
And now the whelp, and also the whatever the fuck that is. Amazing. Now run away from the middle. Run away from the middle. Run away from the middle. Oh my god! That's my best, dude. Hope I win that. Alright. And I need the boots for my 3 set. Bro, if I win those boots, please. But that was very good though. Like, I think 2 tanks is better, man. Because like then the whelp is not being tanked with them, and then like they're not taking damage from overheat. Ah, shit. What did I roll? 55, man. Ah. Next time. If you have nature pots, by the way, use them. They're gonna be really good for this boss. Again, you're hitting the buttons and you're taking nature damage. I want the boots! Can I go hand them in, guys? I get 3 set. Oh my god. We're gonna be fart boy. No way! No way, dude. This is insanely lucky. No, this is not the boots. Oh! Alright, never mind. Alright, yeah, I'll see what I'll do with that later. Maybe I'll give it to someone else. I don't know. I mean, it's better for AoE farming. Anyways, okay, let's talk about this boss. God damn, I got baited so hard. Alright, you can go ahead, warrior. She's not a nature pot, I forgot. I guess he doesn't summon bombs when he's doing this thingy. Yeah, I just realized that. Very nice phase 1. This is exactly what you want to see, guys. Alright, now we click these bombs. Getting bombs in. Yeah, that's a timer for the bombs. So the bombs don't appear to spawn when he's doing this animation. So we might be able to push him here before. And yeah, repeat that same. Okay, me and the priest can click, so just be aware of that. Nice PI. I want that awareness. Warlock and Boomy, I see you guys. So after this goes out, it's gonna happen, see? He cannot do it while casting. It's like an instant ability. So as soon as he finishes his cast, he goes like, summon bomb. Summon bomb now. Look. It's okay, that's okay. Summon bomb? No, after this, okay? I will be ready to blink. I cannot get that one. Again, sucks not hitting the button there, but again, if you hit the button, then he summons the bomb next to you, and it's a problem. I'd rather have more mana shoes than grief the raid. Looking really good, guys. We're getting a bomb soon after this. Get back to full mana. See how easy that is? And now, only click. I'm gonna nature pot too. Yeah, we just gotta kill the boss. And keep the same, you know, clicking attitude. Alright, so we're not gonna get bombs until this is over. You see this? Like, this fight is so easy. So as soon as he stops doing this, insta-bomb, yeah? Look. He's gonna do it. Where is it? Ah, you guys got that one, right? We're not getting any more bombs. Just kill the boss. I mean, there's one in the back, but no one's getting it. Easy! I mean, it's so much better, you know, when people actually, you know, like, hit the buttons, right? Alright, already got this. That's a nice ring. Okay, boom and boom. Shit, boys, this is good. Good stuff. Yeah, you always get stuck in combat after this boss. Is a game feature, so I really want to need on this. Because right now I have the tier chest, but this is useless when I want to AoE farm. So this is best for AoE farming. I could be a nice guy and pass. And then give this boost someone else. Who here rolled high on the boots? I can't see. Just roll them out. Yeah, I'll roll out the boots. You guys can roll for this. Alright, 75 from Zorlok, the Warlock. You don't have the boots already though, right? Yeah, okay. Yeah, that would have been funny. He would have had the everyday boots. Alright, there you go. Alright, GG's. I think if we... Yeah, we just can't. Like, you just get stuck in combat, bro. Like, it's pretty bad. Alright, GG's though. Sucks we wiped, but honestly... Oh! Yeah, we left combat right in the end, but that happens, man. That happens. Yeah.
The shaman journey in Season of Discovery finally begins. as we log into Badouche for the very first time and head into BFD, because there is some absolutely amazing experience you can get from killing the bosses inside of this raid. Get a hairline in Turkey. Oh, 6k from that bad boy. Oh yeah, so we get double, dude. Dude, we get 6k per boss, man. That's actually really, really, really nice. That means that the last 2 bosses we're gonna get 10,000 XP from. Oh gosh. No, 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 don't let me die, please. Actually, don't let me die. Fuck, I don't get Guys, did we not have a healer? Healer? Oh my god. Okay, I guess I'll help healing. Okay, I'll help. Hold. That's nice. That's nice. I like that. You know what? I like that. Dopamine going up. Oh, dude, it's so good, dude. Artemis Cowl dropped. I won't use it. Nice. Dude, look at that XP, though. Oh, we actually got the Murloc egg. This is like a trinket where you get a little bit of shadow resistance when it's out. If you want to get it, you can get it. So I think next boss will ding. All right, level 26. Hey. Dude, it dropped again, though. Hey, if any druids want their fist, I guess they can get it now. Dude, that thing dropped so much lately. I guess... Oh, there we go. And we got a half a level rested XP still. I guess I'll get... I have the Storm. 33% chance to focus casting after 6 seconds of a critical strike. Alright, let's get out of the Storm. Why not? Ah, there it is, guys. Big XP. How much is this? Holy shit. That was 1/3 of a level. Okay, that is definitely worth doing for sure. Especially if you have rested XP, man. Alright. So this is gonna... We're gonna be like 2/3 into level 26 now then, right? Right? Oh, that's so worth 8k XP. So it only goes to where your rested is, I guess, with the rested. Damn. Well, thank you for the group, guys. Really, really, really good. Yeah, that build was actually quite nice. I probably should have needed on that, but I guess I have some quests in the Southern Barrens. I didn't do the weapons of choice, and I didn't do these things down here, I think, on this guy, did I? Reclamation. Gotta go kill some dwarfs. Maybe I should have got some water as well. And I should probably use some of these, like, agility pots and stuff like that. Oh my god, I should unboon my buff, actually. I didn't really think about that. I've been having this boon of Black Fathom just boon. Let's just unboon it so we can send it with it. We mow through these mobs. Mow through these mobs? Mow. Oh, there's a rare here. What can you drop, sir? Something good, mayhaps? Ooh, I think that was the waylet supply. Actually. That wasn't really anything nice. I got excited though, but it is shoulders and waylet supply. Those look pretty cool though. There we go. Alright, now we're gonna get all the... Oh my god, more stuff to fill up my bags. Fantastic. Yes, we love that, don't we? Ah, yes. We're gonna get the nitroglycerin. We're gonna get all the stuff here. Love that. Yo, Nosk, what's up, man? Dude, what the fuck? We kind of... I mean, maybe that's because some of these mobs are not that high level, but dude, we're kind of slapping a little bit. I like it. Yeah, enhancement leveling seems to be pretty chill. So I'll pop my Shamanistic Rage here, get some mana back. I think I'll go down and pick up the Tear of the Moon quest. Where... Oh, he went inside. I was like, where the hell did he go? What the hell? You got a rare elite there? Think we can kill it? Sure, man. Captain Gerog Hammertoe. How do you get the nickname Hammertoe? It's a really weird nickname. Alright, let's go. This guy is easy. Are you joking? Yeah, dude, you could have probably soloed this, Sebrikism. I don't even think you needed my help, honestly. What does he drop? We can do the Tear of the Moon together if you need it. Hammertoe is a medical condition. Is it really? A hammertoe is curled due to a bend in the middle of the joint of the toe. Hammertoe and mallet-toes are foot problems that are caused in a bent toe or toes. Wearing shoes that don't fit can cause hammertoe and a mallet-toe. Other causes are foot injury and certain illnesses, such as diabetes. He has diabetes. Okay, I'm sorry. I pulled everything. Okay, we just go up and down. We go up and down here, boys. It's fine, it's fine.
Up and down.
Earthbind Totem is so strong, by the way. Whenever you're doing stuff, especially if you ever play hardcore on a shaman, Earthbind Totem will be your best. Good job, soldier. Okay, nice, got it. Oh, yeah, fuck. Shit, you can turn it in first, I guess, separate. Yeah, okay, I'll turn mine in later then. Because, okay, I'm gonna go do the other quest and I'll turn it in after. It takes a while to respawn. I'll just let separate turn it. Good luck, good luck. Yeah, I can't turn it in. It takes, like 5 minutes or 2 or 3 minutes or so. And now, we gotta go blow up that airplane. Detonating the machine. Boop. Kaboom! Okay, let's go turn in the other quest as well. And I think we'll ding 27. Here's your Tear of the Moon, dude. You're gonna die when you do this, though. Wahoo! Yeah, he turns into a truck, then he dies. A little bit of a spoiler warning, guys. I'll be so ugly. Okay, let's get some more... Let's get some more... I have to storm. I turn this bad boy in, and then we shall continue the journey. Alright, if we see the Kentaur, like the messenger guys, please let me know, okay? There's like a Kentaur that's gonna be running around in this zone. If we see him, we gotta get him. I wish to do a test. Yeah, doing this quest on hardcore is kind of sketchy. Because you just kind of pray that Blizzard has coded it correctly, right? And you never know, man. Like, there's always, like, some sort of a thing they can fuck up, right? Now we got the Grenka quest. Now we need to kill a bunch of Kentaurs. We might be lucky and run into the assassination plot messenger thingamajig. Oh, wait, you got it? Dude, no way. So this is, guys, really, really interesting. This is the fluorescent green Mechanostrider. This is a rare drop from the last boss in No Morrigan. And the story of this mount is very, very... It's a funny story. It was a mount that was accidentally given to a player, I think, back in the day. So only one player ever had this mount in, like, normal WoW. But they introduced this as a mount in Season of Discovery, and it drops in No Morrigan from the last boss. It's very low drop rate. I don't know if it's 1%, but... Yeah, there it is. Fluorescent green Mechanostrider. Is this guy... Wait, did this guy die? Hold on, I'm gonna try to res him. Did he die here? Is he playing right now, or? Oh, he is. Hi. By the lower. By the lower. I want to share a bit. Oh, you got bit? I'm gonna get this quest chain done at some point. Let's sleep a little bit. Look behind the hut. Here? Why? I'll take a look at behind the hut in a moment. Behind this hut? You're telling me to look? Hey, what's that? Altar of the Wind Spirit. I'm not gonna jump. Wait. Maybe I need like a... wind totem or something for this? Wind? No, this looks hella shaman, right? It's for shaman rune. You have to jump and it gives you slow fall. Really? I don't think so. Did Rabin just jump, by the way? Oh, he did. No, I'm not. Yeah, he says, I'm safe, you can I'm not gonna jump, guys. I'm not. Okay, so we need to remember, we need to farm something, I guess, and then go back here later. I'm not gonna jump, chat. I just got my coffee buff and everything. Stop crying, I'm trying to help you. Hey. Hoi. Din lille læben, mand. Lille læbra lave. Hold kæft, mand. No. Please. Stop crying, man. Dude, oh man, I love that mount. You're such a little lucky duck, man. What the hell? Okay, let's go this way. Let's try to see if we can do the Panther. I think we can solo it, right? Rabin, don't worry about it. I got this. Oh, it's level 30. I forgot. Oh. Okay, it's fine. We just get as much damage as we can, right? Oof! Little mana pot for the boys. Okay, it's fine. Big heal, big heal, big heal. Nice. Yeah, I don't need any help. We got this, we got this. A little slow there. There we go. One of these as well. Ooh, I'm kind of running and mana here. Slow him, please. Thank you. Okay, big heal here. Nice. Get one of those there. I'm trying to like get damage in as well, and that's why I'm like taking some damage here and there. Ah, there we go. Easy solo, boys. Easy solo, dude. Woo-wee. Alright, I think Way of Earth is definitely the move for that, though, right? So we can kite and stuff. And then we can go Shamanistic Rage. There we go. Dude, and now we can get, like, a lot of mana again, right? Oh, the Galak! There he is. This is the guy. It's not always you get to do this guy, but whenever you can get to do him, it's quite nice. Because he gives this quest, and then also, like, a follow-up quest afterwards as well. So it's, like, double good, right? Oh, it's this guy. Should we group with him? Oh, he's a quota member. Oh, let's team up with him then. I just want to say, guys, I could have soloed the Test of Endurance easily. Yeah, I could have soloed it easily, but there's a quota member here, so we'll team up, okay? Yeah, I did the Panther. I could have easily done this. Hey, man, if there's a team member out in the world, we should team up with them, guys. Let's be honest. I am dinging, though. Level 28. Gamers! Okay, let's go. Oh, wait, is it that thing? Combine 10 strong RP feathers and 3 cloud serpent fangs with 1 silken thread to create an offering to the wind spirit. Yeah, I don't think it would have been so hard actually to do. It's mainly just like the silence that's really rough, I guess. How many of these did I get? I got 7. Okay, so when we work our way out here, I should be able to get the rest, right? All right, let's work our way out. So now, dude, look. Oh, look at that quest log, boys. That's a good quest log right there. Yeah, we got all the quests done. We're gonna get that rune. There's a lot of RBs. This is RB Central, dude. It's okay, we got it. Oh, they spawn so fast. Mamma mia! Oh, I'm gonna heal you. I got you, I got you, I got you. Big heal. Boosh. Okay, loot weaving, loot weaving. Holy shit. Okay, I got all the feathers. Good. Let's get the heck out of here, man. Oh, there's one. Nice. Oh, another one. Oh, nice. We got it. Okay, so now we got the fangs and we got this. Alright, let's go up and turn everything in. And I guess we gotta go get a silken thread for that rune thing, right? I didn't know you could go in from here. Does this actually go up to... Dude, this goes up to this... That is crazy. I've been playing this game for 18 years. And I didn't know there was a back door to the Freewind post. That is insane. There's a chest up there. Weathered Kashi. Fuck. Oh. That's where the Alpha Rune is. Okay, I know what people are gonna say. That I'm acting. I genuinely did not know. I just wanted to go up through the back. Okay, I swear to God, I didn't know that. Dude, that is actually discovering. Okay, so we have a quest there, obviously, but we also have a quest up here and also a quest in Crossroads. So I think what we'll do is we'll go to Toronto, we'll go to Crossroads, turn in our quest, then we'll go to Thunderbluff, buy the Silken Thread, and then we can go get our another rune as well. Little world buff for the boys! Alright, get the XP there, guys. There we go. Holy crap. Okay. I don't know what I trained. So, wait, do I combine these? Make an offering to the Wind Serpent and show your faith. Okay, time to go show our faith, guys. I guess before I show my faith, I'll real fast turn... Yeah, let's turn the quest in here, and then we'll go kill Arikara, and then we'll show our faith. I see it now. Oh, Hawkalim! I found him! What the heck? Almost never find this guy, ever. And Steel Snap! What the... At the same place? What the fuck? Okay. I should be able to solo Hawkalim as well. Should be fine. Dude, I don't think I've ever gotten both at the same spot before. Oh. I don't want to pull them. I don't want to pull them. Stop, stop, stop. Stop moving. Thank you. Wait, are you going to do that? There you go. Okay, should we get some good damage here, right? That actually has a lot of armor. Oh, he's immune to Earth. That makes sense, I guess. He's an Earth Elemental. The Earth Shield is pretty much worthless here. got him. Ah, we got this, dude. Easy clappers. There we go. Not even close, baby. Let's go. Alright, so now we're gonna slay Arikara. I think this mob is pretty easy. I think. Ah, surely it can't be that hard. Let's go. I definitely, I do think this elite is actually very easy, though. That's a lot of health, though. Oh, yes. Look at the damage that it's taking. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. We just do big damage here. And I'm gonna eat a mana potion there. There we go. Yeah, pop a little mana pot. There we go. This is the easiest of the elites we've killed today. I think the Panther was definitely the hardest, for sure. Got it. Nice. Okay, so we go here. And we make an offering to the wind spirit and show your faith. Okay, woohoo! Oh, shit! Rune of Decoys. Let's go! This is the free action potion thing, right? Summons a decoy totem for 10 seconds with 5 health that are cast to the feet. They will redirect the next melee or ranged attack made against the caster to the totem instead. The totem also grants the target immunity to moving and parrying effects for 10 seconds. It's like a freedom for shaman. That is so nuts, by the way. Where do I put this? Okay, I need like a totem add-on, I swear to God. So it's like this. Very cool. 20-second cooldown, and you can put it on other people as well. Damn, this is sick. I like this. I like the the icon for it looks a little bit silly. There we go. Oh, this is the quest for Stone Tunnel Mountains. This is where you gotta go test the lore. It's been a while since I've done this. Okay. I guess we can go to Thunderbluff and turn in Steel Snap and the Arikara quest, right? Nice! Dude, we got some runes today, man. Big levels in the Shami. 2 runes. Easy clap.
Phase 2 of Season of Discovery is out of control.
Get in the bag, lads. What in the world?
This guy right here is my guildie from Wrath of the Lich King, which is why we're not fighting. Okay?
Okay, thank.
Oh, you think darkness is your ally? You merely adopted the dark. I was born in it, molded by it. I didn't see the light until I was already a man. By then it was nothing to me but blinding.
Come to STV so I can taste your body fluids.
At least you can catch King Bangladesh this time around. We all remember what happened in Season of Mastery.
What?
Then we hit level 40. I did some dungeons. I went melee spec and did the STV event. But of course, our main objective was Nomragon.
Superior? I am the superior.
Holy.
Okay, can we nerf Melee Hunter? Like, what the fuck is this?
Hate us because they ain't us.
They hate us because they ain't us. You got it, boy. Okay. Elliot.
Rujiji, can I ask, what is your rotation?
Hit Raptor Strike.
That's a good rotation. I like that.
Is that it?
Nah, I have Flag and Strike as well. I have 2 buttons to press.
Oh, it's 2 buttons. Oh. Index, you're the only warrior. How do you feel about this?
Shit. I mean, it's cool in it, but it's also not, because a little certain freak, a little fake melee character, Rajiji,
Shit.
is yeah, you know, but you're not a real melee character, okay? And I don't like how Blizzard are just kind of, you know, juiced you up a little bit to fuck over warriors, because that's what this is all about. This whole season is just about trying to fuck warriors, okay? By the way, guys, don't want to create a scene or anything, but I have accidentally not leveled up my weapon skill.
What the fuck's wrong with you, bro?
I mean, it's 150. It won't take long. It won't take long. It won't take long.
Kneading on the gloves. I don't know if they're better. Index, you can need if you need.
I don't think they're best.
Need on them. I need it too.
I think so.
Yeah.
He's gonna
That's
hate
fine.
You
me.
fucking did it? You absolute bitch!
How dare you?
How dare you?
I'm so sorry, Guzu.
There was a friendship
Please let me
test.
come next week.
There was a friendship test, man. You failed it.
Don't you know I have more viewers than you?
I would have gave
What
it
the
if you wanted it.
How dare you?
Look at this.
It takes a trinket slot though.
Mate.
That's like
You
cool.
see that's how you're gonna look when you start drinking your mead.
Dude, I am. That's no. What? What?
Goose every Saturday.
It's me when I don't get my loot.
Yeah, I tried messaging a Grand on Twitter. Doesn't respond to me. I'm actually adamant there's a dartboard in Blizz HQ with my profile picture on it.
Yeah, you've memed him a lot, mate.
He replies to Sarth and Showback. Everyone else can get fucked. He doesn't watch you. He doesn't care about you.
And he banned Index.
And he banned
I
him
wasn't
there.
going to bring that up.
Really?
He did.
He did. No.
To be honest, you're my mate. Do you know what I mean? That upsets me. He's done that.
No, yeah. That's why it hurts when you say, like, you like him and that it upsets me. Because now you should be beefing him with me, to be honest.
What was your comment since he blocked you?
I put a picture of Goosey.
with a Pokemon pillow.
That was it. The guy's a pussy.
Whoa.
He's a big fucking pussy.
I'm not
and he can't handle a
associated.
meme, alright? I
Please
said
give
it.
me data, please.
Index trying to scrap.
Blood, are you dumb? Are you getting rude to man? That's what you get, fam. You. Yeah, blood. Whose end are you coming to now, fam? Dickhead.
No, I don't care. I don't care because the Gren don't give a fuck about me. So regardless. You know what? Team Index on this.
Yeah,
Team
I'm in.
Index.
He liked my tweet.
Yeah, well.
Best buddies, huh?
Yeah, best buddies.
That's disrespectful to Index, mate.
Rajiji disrespects me by playing Melee Hunter, honestly.
Why you mad, bitch? Yeah, you mad, bitch.
Right. Can someone do us the honours of opening this stupendous door?
No RP one?
That's pure muscle there.
Whoa.
Why you mad, bitch?
Alright, just wipe it quick, wipe it quick.
I don't believe in one buff anyway.
Oh, that's so dumb.
Asimus, get out of here.
I'm trying to vanish.
I think it's.
No, you're
Asimus!
Okay.
I think it's.
Oh, your pet. Oh, fuck. I'm gonna die now.
No,
Fuck
you're pulling
my
it to
life.
me, Asimus!
You griefed me. You had your
griefed
pet on.
me!
You had your pet on the boss. I thought everyone was dead, bro.
That's
No
not my
one's
I
allowed
can't
a buff.
remove the pet.
I was standing there waiting for Nakrit to fucking die. I see your
You
pet.
have to check if someone's alive.
Alright, I can revive, chill your boots.
Yeah, thanks for ruining the world boss yesterday, Rujiji. Now I don't
thank you,
have
Asimus, for
DMF.
ruining it.
I don't have
Wow.
DMF now until Monday, and it's all your fault.
Not my fault you didn't see my pet.
I blame you.
But it is your fault you pulled the bombs into my corpse.
I swear to God. I swear to God, I didn't see you. I swear.
I ran to the side. It's like, oh, okay, no one's gonna go here by mistake. And then Asimus runs there immediately.
Hey.
Ba, 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 ba.
Ooh,
Oh,
chest.
the axe! The axe! The axe!
Oh, shit!
Oh my God.
Alright. Why is it so ugly though?
If Guzu wins this, he's got the streamer client.
Oh,
He rolled 1. Oh my God.
rats.
Holy shit.
You can't keep getting away with it!
Right, everyone line up.
Looks good.
Single file line.
Index.
Index.
He cut the
cutting in, I
line.
saw that.
Unforgivable.
No, 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 no! Wait, 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 wait! Wait, 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 wait! No! Subscribe!
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we got a short episode today, but an episode nonetheless, with developers requesting more information about layering problems inside a Season of Discovery, major hot fixes a few days ago, and even bigger class changes as of just last night, community comments, and so much more. My name is Sky from the Comeback Kids. This is your Season of Discovery news. Grab a cup of coffee, sit down. We got a little bit to discuss today. Okay, starting off today's episode, it looks like Blizzard is actually seeking feedback from us on adjustments to layers inside of Stranglethorn Vale. Now, I'm not going to lie, ladies and gentlemen. I think this is one of those situations where the developers are kind of coming to the players with their tail between their legs because, man, oh man, the layering situation inside of there is absolutely, it's just horrible. Don't get me wrong, Stranglethorn Vale is one of the most fun PvP events I personally have ever participated in my 15 years of playing the game. It's kind of like all hell breaks loose between, you know, worrying about the boss one-shotting you, getting ganked by a full group of rogues, or just generally looking around in every direction and seeing, like, tons of enemies around you. It's truly an epic PvP event. That's just so much fun to play with when you have a group of friends with you. Now, Blizzard has been implementing some adjustments and fixes to the Blood Moon event to address issues with grouping being on different layers during the event, and in particular, they're actually seeking feedback on these changes and will likely be doing further adjustments in the nearby future to layering inside of Stranglethorn. They actually stated that today we've implemented adjustments and fixes that should more reliably keep groups together during the Blood Moon event, and we're hoping to get some feedback around your experience this coming weekend. They also stated that you should note that if your layer is full, new people joining your group may not be able to move to your layer after being invited. This is expected behavior, and that you may want to consider grouping up and moving into Stranglethorn Vale together ahead of the event starting. I cannot tell you how many times I've personally tried to do an event with my brother or some of my friends, and we literally can't get on the same layer no matter how hard we try. There have been times where we showed up, you know, 10-15 minutes early, and it still bugs out and we can't get on the same layer. So most of the time, now we have to show up 20 to 30 minutes early for the event and just sit there and pretty much just do nothing, which feels really, really crappy. I'm not gonna lie. Overall, though, the event is getting better as the weeks go on, and I do love all the rewards and the grinding there is this phase for it. I just want to be able to play with my friends, and I'm sure all of you do too. Hopefully they just start cleaning up the layering, because I'm not gonna lie, it's at an all-time bad for me personally, and it really needs to get fixed. Now, speaking of changes, it seems like we also got a ton of changes over the last couple of days, starting off with the first set of changes being hotfixes toward Mage, Rogue, Shaman, and Warlock. On top of that, they actually implemented hotfixes toward these classes and even increased the experience gain from Elite quests and Dungeon quests as well, which should help players level up generally faster in their, you know, journey to level 40. I'm really hoping, though, personally, for the future, that they continue to make more incentives toward questing out in the open world, as, you know, dungeon spamming has really become the meta and the only way most players want to level, because they just want to level up the fastest. So I'm hoping they don't nerf the dungeon farming, they just simply buff up the leveling opportunities for questing. I think we can all agree here to buff something that's not doing well, rather than nerfing something that people generally enjoy and is performing really, really well for the community. Additionally, they do state that the Dismantle enchant will now proc more often for casters and melee DPS, and a couple other Blood Moon event changes being that when you are in the spirit world, you can now resurrect at a chain spirit for 30 minutes after the Blood Moon event ends, and you can now find a Zandalarian emissary atop the Durator Zeppelin Tower right before you enter the zone, which is a really nice quality of life change also. Now, we have to talk about some of the class changes coming to Mage and Rogue, starting off that with Mage, that their spell power will now benefit the critical strike damage of your spell Frost Bolt for Mage, hopefully making this rune a little bit more viable. You know, now talking about Rogues, it's being that your preparation will now properly reset the cooldown of your quick draw between the eyes and redirect spells as well. Additionally, for Rogues, your Shuriken Toss got a quick bug fix when it was interacting with another Rogue that was talented in the Seal Fate as well. Nothing too serious for both of these. We do have some additional Shaman changes, being that your offhand Storm Strike attacks can now correctly trigger weapon procs, including Wind Fury weapon and Flurry, and your Healing Rain animation is now being cleaned up as well, so it's not so buggy above player heads also. Lastly, with Warlock, your Haunt spell will now properly increase the damage done by your Siphon Life. I mean, listen, there isn't too much to go over in this particular section. That's why I didn't want to make a dedicated video toward this. But with the news we just received as of last night, we do have a lot to go over. Let's jump right into it. Of course, we did receive some of the tuning on the 27th of last night for Druid, Hunter, Paladin, Rogue, and Shaman. Now, kicking things off with some major changes toward Druid, being that your Life Bloom mana cost is reduced by a whopping 50%. So this could potentially make their single target healing a lot better and consistent when it comes to healing those main tanks inside of a raiding environment, because I'm not gonna lie, as of right now, they're just spamming Wild Growth and performing just fine, so hopefully that mixes things up. On top of that, Living Seed will now heal for 50% of the critical heal that planted the seed, up from 30%, and it will now bloom from non-periodic healing received as well, in addition to any damage taken. And lastly, for Restoration Druids, Nourish's mana cost has been reduced by 27% as well. Generally, all very, very good changes for what is right now, to be honest, the highest healing per second class inside of the game for a raid environment. So look out for Restore Druids over the next few days. Additionally, Balanced Druid has been really seeing a lot of tough times over the last couple weeks, and now it looks like they're getting some buffs. With Moonkin form now reducing the mana cost of your Moonfire by 50% and increasing Moonfire's periodic damage by 50%, and surprisingly, this will also apply to their Sunfire rune, also giving Moonkin a massive damage buff overall inside of raids, and even inside of PvP for dealing consistent damage all on the move while they're trying to kite people, which is really good. Not only that, Moonkins can now cast non-healing restoration spells without canceling their shapeshift form, including Remove Curse, Remove Poison, Abolish Poison, Innervate, Rebirth, all that jazz, you know, that comes with utility for the Druid spell, which is going to be great for helping them out in a raid environment, or helping yourself personally, and saving yourself a global cooldown, not having to swap back into Moonkin form, save some mana, all really good stuff. My favorite change for balance easily has to be Fury of the Storm Rage rune actually getting buffed, with now when this rune makes your healing touch instant when you cast your Wrath spell, it will now make it castable in all shapeshift forms, giving you incredible off-healing potential inside of your raid, making you highly sought after inside of every raid group out there. Because, listen, I know Druid has been hit a couple times really hard over the last week or so, but these changes to increase their utility and rotation based off abilities like Moonfire, Sunfire, Abolish Poison, and Decurse, and all these things is really good for the class overall, rather than just, you know, pressing one button and getting a lot of damage out there. Overall, very good changes to Boomkin. Hopefully you all like some of these changes being implemented. Let me know if you're a Balanced Druid main in the comment section below what you guys think of these changes. Additionally, moving on to Hunter now, actually, they received some nerfs toward their dual wield specialization, with it no longer granting a 30% damage bonus to Raptor Strike for wielding two weapons of the same type. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this could very easily lean Hunter into wielding a two-handed weapon once again, and of course, the Hunter community is in a bit of an uproar right now and already trying to figure out the best way to deal damage possible, as Beast Mastery and Marksmanship have been really lagging behind significantly this phase, so we will have to see how this affects their damage meters over the next week or so inside of Gnomergan. Moving on now to Paladins, their Crusader Strike will now deal holy damage instead of physical damage, allowing it to ignore player armor, and is now affected by holy damage prevention as well. Crusader Strike will still, however, be considered a melee attack and not a spell. Additionally, Seal of the Martyr can no longer trigger your Art of War, and will no longer be triggered by Frost Oil or other weapon procs, which doesn't feel good either. I'm hoping that this Crusader Strike buff could slightly increase their damage, but I'm gonna be honest, man, I think Paladin is gonna need a lot more work to be able to bring out, you know, competitive DPS compared to the other classes out there. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, just remember, any class can go inside of Gnomergan and clear it and perform just fine. I'm simply just talking about the highest echelon of players, you know, trying to push that ceiling to the max. I just think Ret needs a little bit more work for something like that. Moving on now for Rogues, it seems that Redirect is seeing a massive buff to where it is no longer affected by the global cooldown, and its own cooldown has been reduced to a very minor 10 seconds. Additionally, Main Gauche now generates 3 combo points on your target, and the base energy cost is reduced to 15. And just a Flesh Wound, its threat bonus increase will generate approximately 30% more threat, which is fantastic. All of this for rogue tanks overall. All these changes are really solid for this class, and the Redirect rune is fantastic in terms of leveling and just general PvE encounters now, because previously, you know, Redirect being on a 60-second cooldown was just really bad and clunky, so this is a major W for rogues out there. And lastly, for the class changes, once again, it seems that Shaman is seeing loads of buffs, with Two-Handed Mastery rune now also providing 10% increased attack power and 10% increased chance to hit with spells after hitting a target with a two-handed weapon. And this is a very big buff to the two-handed build overall inside of a PvE environment. That 10% hit on spells and attacks is very good for this class not missing or you know, getting resist on all their spells, which could potentially make it viable. There's going to have to be a lot of testing that goes into this, but overall, a very, very welcome change for the class. Additionally, Shamanistic Rage will now grant the Shaman 5% of their maximum mana per second rather than scaling off of attack power, spell power, or healing power, which is going to sort of balance it out instead of, you know, just rocking double Rockbiter weapons all the time to get, you know, the maximum amount of mana possible, or swapping your weapons in and out to sort of cheese the mechanic. Additionally, they even buffed one of the strongest runes inside of Phase 2, being that Spirit of the Alpha will now grant the casting Shaman a 20% increase to attack power if they cast the spell on a target other than themselves. And this right here makes Enhancement Shaman significantly stronger by not only bringing one of the strongest utility abilities in the game to raid, but it will also increase their attack power significantly, which is going to be very, very interesting to see how Enhancement Shaman performs after all these buffs finally come in. Moving on to the other end now, the worst healing spec in the game, being Restoration Shaman, is actually getting some buffs as well, being that Earth Shield's mana cost is now reduced by 67%, and the charges are now increased from 3 up to 9. Not only that, the base amount healed is now properly going to scale with the level and is about 50% higher than previously at level 40, which overall should really help this spec out in terms of healing. I mean, hopefully Earth Shield's an actual viable option inside of a PvE environment, hopefully inside of raids, so, you know, that would be really, really interesting to see. Not only that, they actually reduced the cooldown of Ancestral Guidance from 2 minutes down to 1 minute as well, and I'm not gonna lie, Shaman has been getting significant love the last few weeks. You know, going from bottom of the barrel in pretty much every spec inside of Phase 1 to now inside of Phase 2, seeing loads of changes. You know, it truly brings a smile to a Shaman main like myself. Lastly, ladies and gentlemen, they're actually making additional changes to Nomergan, being that the increased armor value of certain mechanical bosses in there has been slightly nerfed. They actually state that the higher armor values on certain enemies was correct and it was intended, but they are adjusting the armor value on the Crowd Pummeler, as well as Mech Engineer Thermoplug to slightly provide up to a 10% increase in physical damage received, which should definitely help melee DPS out. So, ladies and gentlemen, it seems like the Nomergan tuning has officially begun. Due to the fact that melee is on the bottom half of the raid logs, and I'm not gonna lie, inside of the raid, in a lot of fights, there are a lot of anti-melee mechanics out there, which how much moving and positioning you actually have to do. So hopefully with some of these changes, they can keep it at that. And, you know, we'll check it out over the raid logs over the next week or so. Hopefully this makes things better and balances out the ranged versus melee meta right now inside of Nomergan. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, it seems that we're at our community section part of the video, where we take your opinions and comments from below in our comment section, shout them out, and discuss them. So if you have something to comment about Season of Discovery so far in Phase 2, let the developers know and the players know about it in the comment section below. Moving on to our first comment, we have Eric Craig stating that I think they just need to add new stuff to dungeons later on. Like, let's say a month into Nomergan, you hear whispers coming from Scarlet Monastery, and suddenly there's a new rare spawn that can occur that actually is a tough fight, but drops raid level loot. Just an example to keep things fresh. Dungeons are great, and it sucks that we're done with them so quickly. And yeah, man, I gotta agree. I gotta be honest here. I love all the dungeons inside of Phase 2. You know, you have Scarlet Monastery, Razorfane Downs, even Uldaman. This definitely is me advocating in support of them trying to bring, you know, heroic dungeons inside a Season of Discovery, to bring more of like an endgame loot for players, because at this point, it feels like once you hit level 40 and then you acquire all your pre-raid best in slot, you're pretty much just raid logging and then running Stranglethorn whenever you have the time. I just feel like there's a lot more potential out there for content and sort of like an endgame loop. I mean, there's a lot of great things about Season of Discovery, but there's definitely a lot of things that can be improved, which we will be talking about in a main video and over the next couple days, so definitely stay tuned for that one. Next up, we have Bash65 stating, every week, people get closer and closer to just asking for retail lol. People asking for mythic dungeons. Now, listen, I do gotta be honest, ladies and gentlemen, there's a lot of quality of life future iterations that have been inside of, you know, other iterations of World of Warcraft that I would really love to see inside a Season of Discovery. I would love for there to be a barbershop. I would love for there to be a guild bank system. Hell, I would even love for there to be like heroic dungeons and dual spec. I mean, I know it sounds really, really crazy asking for all these things, but I just think we all need to remember Season of Discovery is a lot more like future iterations of WoW, like Wrath of the Lich King or Cataclysm, rather than Classic itself. But hopefully they keep that middle ground going in the future. And for the last comment of the day, we have Ron Hightower stating Season of Debt. And boy, oh boy, is this a touchy topic inside of Phase 2 with how many gold dumps they actually have inside of this phase. I mean, you got all your mounts, your crafting recipes, your consumables, repair bills, spells. I mean, there's a lot of things you need to spend money on. I came into this phase with about 200-ish gold, and right now I'm at about 25 total. So let me know what you all think if there's like too many gold dumps inside of this phase in the comment section below. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, leave a comment below for me to respond to it live here on these news videos to have a little bit of discussion point and talk about it, man. I would love to see your opinions on some of the topics in these videos. So if you want your voice to be heard, let me know about it in the comment section below. If you enjoyed the video, please be sure to like and subscribe to get absolutely flooded with Season of Discovery content. I want to thank you all so much for watching this video. It is an absolute pleasure to be making content for you all. Until the very end, my name is Sky from the Comeback Kids. I will see you all in the next one. Peace.
Welcome back to the library, everyone. Today, our tale takes us into the depths of history, where we shall uncover the secrets of the Stranglethorn Vale. In the southernmost reaches of the Eastern Kingdoms, an expansive jungle sprawls to the south of Duskwood, the Stranglethorn Vale. This place instills a sense of fear even in the most seasoned of adventurers. Luckily, some brave adventurers have successfully traversed the jungle's challenges and returned with captivating stories ready to unfold in this very tale. Our journey into the lore of the Stranglethorn Vale commences an impressive 16,000 years ago. In the heart of ancient Calibur lay the Well of Eternity, an immense lake pulsating with potent energies. Originating from a profound wound in Azeroth's surface, the Well of Eternity was created when Aman'Thul, the High Father of the Titan Pantheon, attempted to extract the old god Yasharaj, inadvertently tearing the world's crust apart. The creation of the well accelerated the cycles of growth and rebirth across the primordial continent, giving rise to sentient life forms. Among the first and the most prolific were the trolls. Led by the Shadow Hunters, these masters of voodoo and shadow magic served as the highest authority, organizing trolls into small tribes. Over time, these tribes eventually expanded and created vast cities across ancient Calibur. During this expansion, the trolls held sway over a considerable portion of the land. The Zandalari Empire, built upon a caste system, witnessed the transformation of these castes into distinct groups. Two troll empires emerged, the Amani Empire in the Middle Forest Lands and the Gurubashi Empire in the southern eastern jungles. And as you may have guessed, the empire relevant to today's narrative is of course the Gurubashi Empire. In this time, frequent small wars between the tribes were a common occurrence, often resulting in substantial loss of life. To avoid such casualties, it became common practice for the trolls to relocate to different areas instead of engaging in land disputes. At this point in Azeroth's history, land was abundant and mostly uncontested, allowing trolls a relatively free reign over the territories. However, there was one specific location forbidden to the trolls by their priests and their mystics, a dark mound of blackened earth and stone situated at the base of the Zandalar Mountains. This forbidden site was warned against by Aloha, the beings that were worshipped by the trolls, and severe consequences were foretold for those who dared to disturb it. Despite the taboo, a particular troll named Zando, who had been disgraced and ousted from a position of power within the Gurubashi tribe, was dreaming of revenge. Zando acquired the dagger Xal'atath, and this dagger easily exploited his anger. Guided by the dagger's whispers, Zando, along with a group of loyal witch doctors, defied the taboo and sought out the forbidden mound of black stone at the base of the Zandalar Mountains. Zando believed that the mound held the power necessary to defeat his rivals. To their surprise, the forbidden mound turned out to be the dormant body of Kithix, a slumbering Cathrax. Mistakenly thinking it was Aloha, Zando made blood sacrifices to awaken the creature, manipulated by the corrupted influence of the dagger. Zando dismembered some of his companions, used their blood and organs to awaken Kithix, and buried Xal'atath in the creature's hide, causing it to come to life. Fully awakened, Kithix sought to gain favour with the old gods by destroying this primitive race that had disturbed it, and took control of the Akia, dwelling underground, leading to the Akia and Troll War. The Cathrax incited the Akia into a frenzied state, prompting them to ravage the thriving troll civilizations. Their objective was to initiate the purification of the world for the anticipated return of the old gods. The Akia inundated the troll territories, methodically eradicating a significant portion of the smaller tribes. In response, the Zandalar tribe formed the Empire of Zul, a unified force consisting of the largest troll tribes, including the Zandalari, the Gurubashi, the Omani, and the Drukhari. With the coordination of the Empire of Zul and the aid of wild gods enlisted by troll priests, the trolls successfully halted the Akia's offensive and began driving them back. Dividing their forces into more maneuverable groups, the trolls engaged in an effective guerrilla warfare, hunting down Akia colonies to destroy them. Simultaneously, the Omani tribe pursued the Akia's leader, resulting in a legendary but suicidal assault on the Cathrax. Despite heavy losses, the Omani succeeded in bringing down their formidable foe. While the Akia were not completely driven into extinction, they were unable to continue the war, and the trolls declared themselves victorious. The troll tribes, now far from their original home near the center of the continent, chose to settle in the newly discovered areas, founding new cities and empires. One of these cities was the infamous Zul'Gurub, located within the jungles of Stranglethorn Vale. In the lore of the trolls, it is recounted that the orb, known as the Stone of the Tides, first manifested along the Stranglethorn coast. Discovered by a wandering troll warrior, the blue stone intrigued him, prompting him to carry it on his journey. As time elapsed, the troll realized the stone bestowed upon him the ability to control water. He could summon water elementals, manipulate the tides, and perform feats reminiscent of the powerful mages of the Kirin Tor. Returning to Zul'Gurub, the warrior showcased his newfound powers to the Emperor, earning the new title of Tidebearer. The troll was granted a place of honour in the court of Gurubashi, faithfully serving the Gurubashi Empire for years to come. However, as time passed, the Tidebearer became increasingly reclusive. The Stone of Tides, with all of its power, also bore a curse. Over time, the bearer of the stone would gradually fade until disappearing from the physical world forever. Concealing this secret from the Empire, the Tidebearer journeyed to the beach where he initially found the stone and walked into the water, vanishing. Many generations later, the stone would wash ashore again, finding a new Tidebearer. This cyclical process continued, with Tidebearers coming and going, much like their predecessors. After the catastrophic events of the Great Sundering, the Gurubashi Empire discovered itself in decline in the southern expanse of the recently formed continent, the Eastern Kingdoms. Although large areas of the jungle, including their ancient city of Zul'Gurub, had survived the Sundering, the trolls had been isolated from their traditional hunting and farming grounds, and with that, famine and poverty spread widely across the trolls' territories. Despite modest improvements over time, the Gurubashi Empire remained a diminished version of its former glory. Regardless of the agricultural struggles, the trolls maintained a semblance of peaceful isolation for many years. The only threat to the Gurubashi Empire trolls during this period of time were themselves. After thousands of uneventful years, around 1,500 years prior to the opening of the Dark Portal in the nearby lands, the tale of the Gurubashi Empire would once again unfold. Traditionally esteemed by nearly all troll communities, the ancient lower spirits emerged as a potential salvation for the struggling Gurubashi Empire. The Gurubashi chose to focus their reverence on one specific lower. Responding to their plea, Hakar, the lower of blood, pledged assistance to help the Gurubashi expand their empire and regain prosperity. In exchange, Hakar demanded a substantial number of blood sacrifices. A majority of the Gurubashi trolls eagerly embraced this opportunity, and those who devoted themselves to the Soul Flayer became known as the Hakari. With Hakar's support, they decisively defeated nearby troll packs, Murloc tribes, and other trolls opposing Hakar and the Gurubashi. Captured foes were utilized as a part of the extensive offerings demanded by Hakar. Under the guidance and influence of the Lower, the Gurubashi successfully achieved their goals, conquering vast territories and numerous islands along the coasts of the South Seas. From their island in the ocean, the Zandalari, self-appointed protectors and leaders of the troll race, observed these developments with great interest. Initially pleased with their jungle troll brethren returning to traditional conquest and worship, the Zandalari's joy eventually turned into concern. Delving into myths and ancient accounts, they uncovered disturbing truths. Hakar, also known as the Soul Flayer, infused his followers with a murderous rage. The ensuing carnage, chaos, and destruction perfectly suited the blood god, and he craved more. Recognizing the imminent threat Hakar posed not only to the Gurubashi but to the entire world, the Zandalari quickly gathered a formidable force and set sail for Stranglethorn. Their mission was to warn the jungle trolls and put an end to the Hakari. Simultaneously, Hakar's demands grew more pressing. He insisted on the initiation of a ritual to summon him directly into the physical world. Recognizing the danger, most of the Hakari started to comprehend the Soul Flayer's unquenchable appetite. By the time the Zandalari arrived, the Gurubashi Empire was already facing internal strife due to Hakar's escalating demands. Upon meeting with the Gurubashi trolls, who shared concerns about Hakar's influence, the Zandalari discovered that a radical faction within the Hakari, known as the Atalai, were heeding to the demands of the Blood God and attempting to summon him. Horrified by this revelation, the Zandalari, along with their combined force of some concerned Hakari, launched an assault on the Gurubashi capital, Zul'Gurub, where the summoning ritual was underway. Fierce battles unfolded across the city. Despite heavy losses, the Zandalari-led forces eventually gained the upper hand. Atop of Hakar's blood-soaked shrine, they succeeded in defeating Hakar's avatar and most of his fanatical followers. Though relieved by the victory, the coalition remained vigilant for any signs of Hakar's potential return, fully aware that the lowest spirit had been banished but not truly eradicated from the physical world. Despite the significant losses suffered by the Atalai during the Civil War, particularly in their defeat in Zul'Gurub, a few managed to evade capture and fled into the surrounding jungles. Seeking refuge in the desolate Swamp of Sorrows, they embarked on constructing a new temple, the Temple of Atal Hakar, with the sole intention of resuming the interrupted summoning that had ceased with the fall of the temple city, Zul'Gurub. For more information about the story and the Temple of Atal Hakar, you can refer to our tale of the Swamp of Sorrows. A safe portal can be found in the description below. The remnants of the Gurubashi Empire fragmented into distinct tribes and factions, including the Bloodscalp, the Skull Splitters, and any remaining Gurubashi. These factions pursued independent paths, staking claims to territories within the expansive jungles of the Stranglethorn Vale. The dispersed tribes soon found themselves in conflict with each other, and eventually the Darkspear tribe, relatively smaller than the others, were forced to leave the continent and set sail on the seas. Following the Gurubashi civil conflict, the trolls remained in this fractured state for several more centuries before embarking on a war that would prove devastating for the trolls of Stranglethorn Vale. Years after the Knoll Wars, in which the humans emerged victorious, the Kingdom of Stormwind continued to thrive in the Eastern Kingdoms. Enjoying relative peace, Stormwind settlers expanded the kingdom's borders southward, dangerously close to the jungles of Stranglethorn Vale. Inevitably, skirmishes arose between the expanding humans and the territorial trolls. King Barathan Rin, Stormwind's aging ruler, adopted a non-aggressive stance, hoping to prevent an all-out war. Over time, small clashes escalated into larger disturbances, with organised troll warbands raiding Stormwind's lands. Controversial within the kingdom, Prince Lane, the king's son, advocated for a more aggressive approach, leading to conflict with his father. While King Barathan's efforts were effective, some troll attacks couldn't be stopped. A successful raid into Westfall resulted in widespread destruction, shocking the kingdom. Despite calls for retaliation, the king remained committed to de-escalation. Prince Lane, furious at his father's decision, publicly challenged him. The humiliation galvanized the prince, who, with the support of others like Anduin Lothar, began formulating a plan to infiltrate the Gurubashi lands and end the troll threat themselves. Around this time, the guardian Medivh, who had been in a magically induced coma for years due to the emergence of his formidable powers, re-entered life in the kingdom. Determined to aid his friends and escape his newfound internal troubles, Medivh joined their covert mission into the jungle troll territory. Having made it through Stormwind's borders unnoticed, the trio utilized Medivh's magic to remain hidden as they ventured into Gurubashi lands. Their objective was the troll leader, Joknon, believing that slaying their leader would plunge the Gurubashi trolls into chaos. When they engaged the troll leader, the battle was brutal, drawing significant attention. Medivh dueled Joknon, who employed dark blood magics that nearly overwhelmed the mage. Forced to unleash his guardian powers, Medivh's spell instantly slew every troll in the area, their screams echoing throughout the Stranglethorn Vale. Shocked at their friend's display of power, Lane and Lothar, accompanied by Medivh, hastily returned to Stormwind. Despite achieving their goal, both men harboured doubts about their longtime companion's well-being. While no surviving Gurubashi jungle trolls could testify about the events in central Stranglethorn, their forces quickly identified the culprits. Enraged by the bold attack, the Gurubashi, led by the warlord Joknon's son, Zannon, united for all-out war against the humans. Mobilizing, they marched towards Stormwind City. Stormwind, accustomed to dealing with minor raiding parties, found its southern defences crumbling under the overwhelming troll numbers. Civilians unable to escape suffered gruesome fates as the Gurubashi advanced. King Barathon, understanding the gravity of the situation, recalled major forces to the city gates. Prince Lane and his companions informed the king of the events at Stranglethorn. Though upset, King Barathon, recognizing the dire circumstances, refrained from punishing the trio. The Gurubashi army arrived outside of Stormwind in terrifying numbers, led by Zanon, who harnessed dark magics to create mutated soldiers. These creatures scaled the city walls effortlessly, wreaking havoc. As the trolls clashed with Stormwind soldiers, the death toll soared. Realizing the dire situation, King Barathon mounted a desperate attack into the heart of the enemy lions, but fell in battle. Lane Rin, now king, grieved his father's death, but refused to succumb to despair. Despite Stormwind's defences on the verge of collapse, Lane pleaded with Medivh to unleash his full powers, and the mage agreed. From atop the battlements, Medivh harnessed his abilities, laying waste to the Gurubashi forces with fire, frost, and arcane magic. The trolls met torturous deaths, while almost the entire Gurubashi army, including warlord Zanon, was annihilated, with only a small handful escaping back to the Stranglethorn Vale. With the troll numbers greatly reduced, the remaining members of the tribe withdrew deep into the jungle in a bid to regain their strength. As the tales of the trolls faded into obscurity, rumours of a bustling city began to surface, gaining popularity among Azeroth's most mischievous inhabitants, Booty Bay. Previously known as Blackwater Cove, this area is a large, sheltered, semicircular cove surrounded by cliffs at the southern end of Stranglethorn Vale. It used to be a small port town inhabited by humans, but was later overrun by the jungle trolls. Eventually, the goblins of the Steamweedle cartel successfully expelled the trolls from the immediate vicinity, establishing Booty Bay as their new operational centre in the Eastern Kingdoms. For timeline reference, this occurred sometime before the First War, as Booty Bay was already under the control of the Steamweedle cartel by then. At a later time, the Dark Portal was opened in the neighbouring lands of the Black Morass. During the Horde's invasion of Azeroth, the majority of their forces engaged in warfare against the humans of Stormwind. However, Kilrog Deadeye led his Bleeding Hollow clan into Stranglethorn Vale, reminiscent of the Orcs' ancestral home in the Tanarn jungle. The Bleeding Hollow were determined to claim Stranglethorn for themselves, but the Gurubashi, unwilling to share their lands, clashed with the invading forces. Despite the Gurubashi being weakened by the previous war, their knowledge of the land allowed them to launch guerrilla campaigns, forcing the Bleeding Hollow to retreat from the region. Warchief Blackhand eventually ordered Kilrog and his Bleeding Hollow clan to withdraw upon learning of the conflict, deeming too many orcs were dying without apparent gain. After the Third War, Booty Bay was still under the management of the Blackwater Raiders, closely affiliated with the Steamweedle cartel. The port provided facilities to any traveller passing through, regardless of their faction. Alongside the renowned Salty Sailor Tavern, it was one of the most popular locations in Azeroth during this time. Booty Bay epitomises the vibrant ambience of a thriving port town, where people from all corners of the world gather for trade, travel, and inevitably engage in gambling, brawling, and thievery. Despite its outward appearance as a bustling and seemingly harmless township, Booty Bay harbours a diverse array of wayward and dubious characters. One notable figure adventurers may encounter is Fleetmaster Seahorn, a key member of the Blackwater Raiders responsible for managing the intricate logistics of the Blackwater fleet. Within the bay's confines, one may also come across individuals who have succumbed to its perils, such as Shaky Philippe, constantly gripped by extreme fear, likely due to owing a debt to the fearsome Seawolf McKinley. Just outside the harbour, Janero's Point features a splendid goblin monument with mysterious origins. Despite the mystery surrounding its creation, travellers recognise its outstretched arms as an unmistakable guidepost during their journeys to the bay. Despite the various events of thievery, gambling, and fighting, these activities were relatively low on the priority list for the leaders of Booty Bay. They were more concerned with a much larger issue: the Bloodsail Buccaneers. Despite their immense peril, the Bloodsail Buccaneers lay claim to the title of the least affluent of all pirate collectives. This circumstance arises from the brutal reality that none survive a Bloodsail assault. Then there is no one left to steal from again. The Bloodsail Buccaneers had plotted to plunder and cripple the Steamweedle cartel-controlled port city of Booty Bay. In preparation for the attack, the Bloodsail Buccaneers took up positions in key locations near the city. They anchored 3 ships along the coastline south of Booty Bay, clear of the town's defensive cannons, with camps also being built along the same coast in preparation for the assault. We will tell the tale of the Bloodsail Buccaneers another time, One story, however, is worth mentioning in this narrative. Dizzy One Eye holds a treasury of tales recounting the daring exploits of the Bloodsail Buccaneers. In times long past, Dizzy lost both his eyes during a fierce battle within Menethil Harbour. Aware of Dizzy's misfortune, a skilled wizard enchanted a glass eye, restoring his gift of sight. However, as years passed, he made his way to Booty Bay. The Buccaneers, amidst a city raid, seized Dizzy's enchanted glass eye. This unfortunate event cast him into darkness once again, marking a second instance of blindness within a single lifetime. Rumours have circulated that a resourceful adventurer managed to retrieve the prized eye, but it is yet to be confirmed. In the 25th year following the opening of the Dark Portal, Stranglethorn Vale, much like many areas of Azeroth, experienced an influx of new adventurers. Many journeyed to the jungle in search of wealth, seeking knowledge, embarking on foreign adventures, and even defending the shores against aggressive pirates. A frequent stop for these adventurers was of course Booty Bay, where various inhabitants, including some with dubious backgrounds, would often dispatch these adventurers on a variety of quests within the jungle. While Booty Bay may be appealing to some individuals, the goblins couldn't resist the temptation to venture out and explore the jungle in pursuit of riches. As part of the infamous venture company, the crafty goblin trade princes had established their mining and deforestation operations here. The goblins had maintained a tenuous hold over these remote facilities, but they remained threatened by the jungle trolls' growing obsession with purging their ancient lands of any and all foreign invaders. However, goblins, pirates and trolls aren't the sole beings one must be wary of when navigating the jungle of the Stranglethorn Vale. The Vale, captivating in its beauty, conceals numerous perils that inexperienced adventurers should avoid facing alone. Inhabiting the Vale are diverse creatures, both formidable and hostile. Among the sapient inhabitants are the previously mentioned Bloodscalp and Skullsplitter trolls, situated in the northwest and east respectively. To the northwest, Yojamba Isle serves as the base for the Zandalar tribe, while an encampment of ogres resides nearby. The ogres held sway over a perilous individual known as Colonel Curzon. Initially a skilled and honourable soldier from Stormwind, he spearheaded an expedition from Stormwind to Stranglethorn Vale. Regrettably, at some point during the expedition, he fell prey to dark magic, his mind succumbing to the possession by mis-Zoth, a formidable ogre mage from the local Mosh Og ogre clan, with intentions to exploit Curzon and his men for their own purposes. While the majority of Curzon's men continued to follow their corrupted leader, a faction within his ranks, troubled by Curzon's abrupt transformation, rebelled and established their own group at the rebel camp. In contrast to Curzon's forces, the rebels remained loyal to Stormwind. Lieutenant Doran, leader of the rebels, sought Curzon's demise to bring an end to his madness. Off the southeast coast lies Jagero Isle, home to the colossal gorilla King Mukla. In the southwest, a small Naga population is present, and Murlocs inhabit underwater ruins in the northwest. While journeying through northern Stranglethorn, adventurers may stumble upon Nessingwary's expedition, where brave souls embark on quests to thin the ranks of the local beasts. Hermit Nessingwary, a dwarf widely recognised as Azeroth's most skilled hunter, penned his well-known book, The Green Hills of Stranglethorn, during his exploration of the jungle. This book is entangled with an incident, one that may or may not involve a mischievous monkey. In the aftermath of the cataclysm, Stranglethorn Vale underwent a profound transformation, split by a sizable sinkhole harbouring a turbulent whirlpool named the Sundering at its core. The areas once constituting Stranglethorn are now recognised as Northern Stranglethorn, also referred to as the Stranglethorn Jungle, and the Cape of Stranglethorn. Responding to these changes, the Explorers League established a new alliance encampment named the Explorers League Dig Site. Simultaneously, the goblins laid down extensive oil pipelines in the water and founded a new horde town known as Hard Wrench Hideaway. Another alliance stronghold, Fort Livingston, also emerged, while the Zandalari relocated from Yojamba Isle, transporting their structures with them. Within northern Stranglethorn, adventurers bear witness to political shifts within Zul'Gurub, embark on missions involving raptors, and partake in expanding hunting endeavours under the guidance of Nessingwary. On the other hand, the Cape of Stranglethorn unravels the escalating conflict between the goblin pirates of Booty Bay and their adversaries, the Bloodsail Buccaneers. The township faced a direct assault from the pirates, with buildings set ablaze and a blockade enforced. The brash-tide crew invaded the area, causing terror among the inhabitants. The port was ultimately safeguarded by the adventurers. Booty Bay, to this day, continues to stand as the primary city under the control of the goblins. Subsequently, Stranglethorn faced renewed aggression from Zul'Gurub, this time under the command of the Zandalari. Due to its geographical location in the southernmost reaches of the Eastern Kingdoms, Stranglethorn Vale remains somewhat isolated from the upheavals that have unfolded across Azeroth in various wars over the years. There are no grand tales to recount regarding the events following that of the Cataclysm. Instead, only nuanced details that await discovery by adventurous souls like yourself. As we conclude our journey through the vibrant and perilous Stranglethorn Vale, we're reminded that every corner of Azeroth holds tales of adventure, conflict, and resilience. From the bustling Booty Bay, a haven for trade and mischief, to the dense jungles teeming with trolls, goblins, and
what's up,
countless
Emil?
mysteries, this land has witnessed the ebb and flow.
I haven't looked at the chat for a couple of minutes there. When I did this on my stream from 25-32, I had nightmares and hallucinated about those pigs for 2 days. When I did it from 25 to like 28, then I immediately like swapped to GUI and did GUI to like 31, 32. Then I went library to like 35, 36. Then went armory to like 38, 39, something like that, and then yeah, finished the last levels off at Cath.
Of civilization. As adventurers, we've uncovered the rich narrative of the Stranglethorn Vale, a place where legends are forged, alliances tested, and friendships kindled amidst the chaos. The echoes of battles, the whispers of the wind through the towering trees, and the secrets concealed in every shadow beckon us to embrace the untamed spirit of this jungle. So, as you embark on your own tales of exploration and discovery, may the spirit of Stranglethorn guide you through the challenges that lie ahead, whether seeking treasure, defending against pirates, or unraveling the mysteries that linger in the air. Remember that every step you take in Azeroth leaves an indelible mark on its history. Safe travels, brave adventurer. Your next adventure awaits on the horizon. As we meet again in the next chapter, may the winds of Azeroth carry you to new heights.
So I think some of these spells are going to cost a gold, so I don't think I'm getting all of them here. Probably want to get... Power Word Shield at least, and I guess Prayer of Healing for the time being. I guess maybe Shadow Protection. I don't know if any of the dudes in SM do shadow moves. Maybe they do. It's like an extra buff. Ooh, yeah, these are like getting pricey. We'll get that and Prayer of Healing. Guess I got like an AoE, huh? 300. Yeah, 300 healing. Okay. Any new shadow shit? This would be good for tanking, but I don't plan on tanking. Like I'm probably just I'm just gonna heal the entire way to Furday. Alright, so next up, Scarlet Monastery. What we got, rank 5. Ooh. Prayer of Healing. Where do I put this? I don't think I'll be using it often. I'll put it down there. What's this look like? Is it like a Holy Nova? Oh. That's kind of underwhelming. Yeah, I guess I can get away with just being shadow and healing. I just need to have healing runes on here. But I noticed I was able to keep the tank up with Vampiric Embrace, like on bosses. If I'm just DPSing, that's like enough shadow damage to keep the tank alive. Kind of like mage healing, where they do arcane damage to heal. It's like you do shadow damage to heal with this thing, but it's not as much. But I mean, 20% is better than nothing, and I could get it up like another 10% with this. Yeah, I'm just gonna go to SM then. Hopefully we're gonna... I haven't had to really drink much water, actually. A lot of the time I'm just like chilling at like over 80% mana. Yeah, some are sick. Vampiric Embrace is broken. Top Priest DPS in Nomer was like even top peeler. Yeah, I think I'd seen like a video covering that. So like, I mean that was before the nerf though, but they probably still have respectable healing though. Like a third kind of tertiary healer. Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time 2D? Huh. I might try that. Sitting Bull, no reservations. Hey, I'm like a descendant of Sitting Bull. I'll give that a listen.
It's 1862, and the U.S. government has just received a letter confessing to an assassination. The victim, Bear's Rib, a hunk papa Lakota chief who had agreed to receive an annuity of goods from the U.S. government, at least before he was shot outside of his tent one night. We notified the Bear's Rib yearly not to receive your goods, reads the letter signed by 9 hunk papa
that's
chiefs.
Swedish. So
He had no ears, and we gave
guess you
him
saved
ears
yourself,
by killing him.
what you
We
call
now
it,
say to you,
one
bring us
extra
no more
letter.
goods. If any of our people receive any more from you, we will give them ears as we did the Bear's Ribs. We also say to you that we wish you to stop the whites from traveling through our country, and if you do not stop them, we will. If your whites have no ears, we will give them ears. Now, Sitting Bull was not one of these 9 chiefs, for while Bear's Rib advocated for peace, accommodation, and a middle way, Sitting Bull represented the other extreme. No treaties, no agreements. And if that meant war, let there be war. Thanks so much to the fine folks over at Cell to Singularity for helping to support today's historical tale. The assassination of Bear's Rib, or Bear's Ribs, accounts differ on his name, show the difficult position of the Lakota in the 1860s. By all accounts, Bear's Ribs didn't want to accept the annual delivery of goods the US agents were pressing onto him, but he felt he had little choice. He wanted to avoid war, believing it would bring ruin, so he tried to take a middle path and was killed for it. And again, while Sitting Bull was not one of the 9 chiefs who signed that letter, he definitely wasn't above giving the settlers ears. Indeed, while the US Army had declared the 1862 Dakota War finished, it was by no means over for Sitting Bull. Actually, from his perspective, it had never really begun. He'd heard no declaration of war, no pronouncement that the Bluecoats were coming to avenge the deaths of settlers. Not only had the hunk papa not been the ones who'd attacked the settlers, in violation of the 1851 Fort Laramie Treaty, not a single hunk papa had been present when that treaty had been signed. A chief from another Lakota tribe had been designated as representing all Lakota and made his mark on a document after a negotiation mired in mistranslation and intentional deception. These treaties essentially laid out 3 items. First, it drew borders for the Plains tribes, insisting that tribes stick to their own territory rather than following the buffalo. Second, it instructed them to stop warring amongst themselves and attacking settlers. And third, in return for this, the government would keep settlers out of tribal territories, and Indian agents would distribute food and goods to those living on those agencies of reserved land. However, if a tribe violated the first 2 clauses, US troops could legally fight them, which is how the Dakota War began. So in other words, the Dakota War began when a tribe Sitting Bull was not a part of attacked settlers in a place that he wasn't present, violating a treaty he never agreed to. And because of this, the army had attacked his camp, without warning, burning treasured belongings and killing women and children. Before then, he'd never fought any white soldiers, only other tribes. And now, he refused to stop fighting just because the others had surrendered. Especially since, after several large groups of Dakota surrendered, 38 warriors were hanged in the largest mass execution in US history, while other prisoners and their families died of cholera in internment camps. Perhaps partially for this reason, Sitting Bull increasingly believed any dealing with the whites would mean the death of not just the Lakota, but the whole loose political confederation the US government insisted on calling the Sioux. But during the Dakota War, he'd also learned how costly fighting the Bluecoats could be. These soldiers did not carry the musket trade guns of his youth, but rather rifled mini-ball killers, and increasingly, repeating rifles. Worst of all was the mountain howitzers, which the Lakota referred to as the gun that shoots twice, due to the boom of the cannon than the burst of the exploding shell. Indeed, he witnessed their damage firsthand by bandaging a wound his uncle Four Horns received during the Battle of Killdeer, and then he himself being shot in the hip with a pistol after a raid on an overturned wagon. The powerful war medicine of his shield, activated by a song to invoke its powers, had kept him alive. But the wound was sobering. They simply could not fight the Bluecoats head-on. So instead, he initiated a guerrilla war against forts and settler trains. See, gold deposits had been discovered in Montana, and increasingly, thousands of miners were blazing a trail through Lakota, Cheyenne, and Arapaho territory to mine it out. These were treaty violators, illegally occupying Indian land and scaring the buffalo away with their clumsy hunts. So, when Sitting Bull's forces harried these efforts, the miners and troops accompanying them responded with deadly force, and at times, even more horrifying tactics. At one point, settlers intentionally poisoned a box of hardtack and left it partially burned, knowing it would be salvaged and brought to the village. 100 people, mostly women and children, died after consuming it. And despite the fact the treaties promised the US government would keep these settlers out of their territory in the first place, the United States found it politically unpalatable to use force against white citizens on behalf of Indians. So, Sitting Bull and others like him decided to take matters further into their own hands. In response, the US Army set up a series of forts to protect the miners, which the Lakota considered another treaty violation. Though, in truth, by the 1851 treaty, the land they operated on was owned by the Crow, and the Lakota had either captured or occupied it, depending on your perspective, since then. Either way, due to these
What server? I'm on Wild
in
Growth, North America.
1866, the Oglala Lakota chief, Red Cloud, formed a coalition of Lakota, Cheyenne, and Arapaho, and went to war on the US Army. He actually quickly dealt a serious blow to the Federals that December when he lured 81 soldiers into an ambush, killing them to a man. At the time, the largest victory of Plains tribes over Federal troops. Within 2 years, the US government, unable to fight the war and secure the construction crews of the Transcontinental Railroad, decided to settle with Red Cloud. They pulled out of the forts, and in the Second Fort Laramie Treaty of 1868, laid out the Great Sioux Reservation, containing the Powder River region that had previously belonged to the Crows, and the sacred Black Hills. One major stipulation was also that white people could not settle there without Lakota consent. But that was not enough for Sitting Bull, who to this point had been a relatively peripheral figure in the war. Red Cloud could do as he wished, and Red Cloud would stay on the reservation for the rest of his life, but Sitting Bull disdained any accommodation. He believed that to be dependent on the US government for food would only put the Lakota in their power. "You are fools," he said, "to make yourselves slaves to a piece of fat bacon, some hardtack, and a little coffee and sugar." For his part, he would continue to follow the buffalo, and he would continue to fight the army, the settlers, and the railroad crews. For the one thing that Red Cloud had given up was the right for the United States to put a railroad straight through Lakota land. And it was in a skirmish with these railroad surveyors and the troops protecting them that Sitting Bull performed his greatest act of military valor. For years, Sitting Bull had battled rumors of cowardice. He was what was known as an old man chief now, in his 40s, and more of a holy man and political leader than the fearsome front-rank fighter of his younger days. And many of his followers, those still willing to fight, were young warriors, men who had not yet counted coup and bristled at the idea of sedentary living without proving their manhood on the hunt or in battle first. And in this environment, accusations of cowardice are dangerous. So Sitting Bull does something unbelievably brave. He strides towards the enemy, unarmed. Bullets buzz in the air around him and slap dirt clods up around his feet, though he seems unconcerned. Doesn't even look at the men trying to kill him. Instead, trusting to his war medicine to keep him unharmed, he sits, begins to light his pipe, and then calls to his companions to join him. Ducking and nervous, bullets still flying past them left and right, a few come, sitting in a circle and puffing hectically at the pipe in a display of bravado. But not Sitting Bull. He nurses that tobacco in contemplative silence as bullets still drum around him. Then, his pipe smoke out and his companions starting to edge away, he simply knocks the burnt plug out of it and begins to clean the bowl. When he finally walks back totally unharmed, no one will ever question the old man chief's bravery again. Instead, he has created a legend that will make more men follow him straight into the jaws of the enemy, right into the little bighorn. And while we wait for that discussion next week, I know what I'll be doing. Continuing to explore our shared historical journey in the phenomenal free-to-play idle game Cell to Singularity that has been recently living in my brain completely rent-free. I'm so pumped they wanted to sponsor us. The game is just an absolute delight. Actually, it's kind of the perfect synergy between everything we love here at Extra Credits and Extra History. The TLDR is you play through the entire development of life on Earth and the vastness of our solar system, like literally everything from Cell to Singularity. You start in the primary simulation, which spans everything from amino acids to humanoid colonists, to the Stone Age to Martian cities. But then you get to branch out into the Mesozoic Valley simulation, where you can see dinos. Hi, dinos. Oh, bye, dinos. And the Beyond simulation, which covers our solar system and beyond. Plus, there's even a rotating fourth simulation they have that spans a ton of topics from things like the history of tea, to philosophy, to the human body, and more. I love checking in and seeing what's cooking over there. And with its intuitive gameplay, gorgeous art style, and killer scientific and historical factoids for every unlock along the way, I've been playing this game non-stop for weeks. And I'm literally playing right now as Jeff and I are writing this read. Look at this. Say hi to Jeff. I found some bunnies. Let's make more bunnies.
In the opening of the 2012 James Bond film Skyfall, everyone's favourite super spy chases an assassin through the streets of Istanbul to recover a hard drive containing the identities of undercover British agents. For his trouble, he receives a shoulderful of shrapnel from the assassin's pistol, is accidentally shot by a fellow agent, and falls off a bridge to his presumed death, so whoopsie doodle. But this being a James Bond film, he inevitably returns to duty and, after digging the shrapnel out of his shoulder, discovers the assassin's bullets are made of depleted uranium. This handily allows him to identify and track down the assassin, kicking off the rest of the plot. But unless the assassin's intention was to leave an easily traceable calling card, he really needn't have bothered with such fancy ammunition. For while depleted uranium projectiles are a real thing, the destructive properties of this very expensive material are not wasted on something as small as a pistol bullet. So, what is depleted uranium anyway, and why is it used in military ammunition? Well, let's lock and load to find out, shall we? Depleted uranium, also known as DU or deplete alloy, is uranium which contains less than the natural amount of the isotope U-235. Natural uranium consists mainly of isotope U-238, with only 0.72% being U-235. The only exception is uranium found in the Oklo mine in Gabon, Africa. Here, 2 billion years ago, uranium deposits in the ground underwent a natural nuclear chain reaction, consuming most of the U-235. However, most depleted uranium is a byproduct of uranium enrichment, wherein the proportion of U-235 in uranium metal is increased so the resulting fuel can be used in nuclear reactors and weapons. Depleted uranium typically contains 0.3% of U-235 or less and has a density of 19.1 grams per cubic centimeter, making it the seventh densest metal after gold, tungsten, plutonium, neptunium, platinum, iridium, and osmium. The high density makes it ideal for use in high-velocity armor-piercing projectiles, as a DU penetrator can have a smaller cross-sectional area than a steel projectile of the same weight. This reduces aerodynamic drag, allowing for higher velocities, and concentrates the kinetic energy of the projectile onto a smaller area, improving penetration. But DU also has two rather more unique properties. While most metal projectiles flatten on impact, increasing their cross-sectional area and decreasing their penetrating ability, DU projectiles fracture in a manner that makes them self-sharpening, allowing them to maintain their penetrating power all the way through the target. Uranium is also pyrophoric, meaning that it spontaneously ignites in air when ground into a fine enough powder. This, coupled with the DU's inherent brittleness, means that once a DU projectile has penetrated a tank's armor, it disintegrates into a white-hot shower of fragments that can destroy equipment, ignite ammunition and fuel stores, and generally ensure that everyone inside the vehicle has a very bad day. And while DU is not nearly as hard as tungsten, the usual go-to metal for armor-piercing ammunition, it can be hardened by alloying it with titanium or molybdenum and carefully heat-treating it to produce one large metallic crystal. But perhaps DU's greatest advantage is its sheer availability. In the United States, uranium enrichment for use in reactors and weapons over the last half-century has generated nearly 700,000 metric tons of depleted uranium, all of which has to be stored and monitored by the federal government. Making armor-piercing ammunition is one way of reducing this stockpile. DU's density also makes it useful in a number of other applications, such as radiation shielding for nuclear reactors and medical imaging, as well as balancing weights on fixed-wing aircraft and helicopter rotors, and armor plating on tanks such as the American M1A1 and M1A2 Abrams. It is also used in the casing of the B-6111 bunker-busting bomb to help improve penetration. DU penetrators are mainly used in cannon rounds of 30mm and up, for in smaller, lower velocity weapons, such as a pistol, DU's penetrating ability would be wasted. In US service, DU rounds are used in the Phalanx 25mm close-in weapon system, or CWIS used to protect US Navy ships from incoming missiles. The 25mm M424 cannon used on the Bradley and LAV-25 armored fighting vehicles, the 25mm GAU-12 equalizer, and the 20mm M197 rotary cannons used on the AV-8B Harrier jump jet and AH-1 Cobra attack helicopter, and in 105 and 120mm projectiles fired by the M1 Abrams tank. Internationally, DU penetrators are also used in 120mm rounds fired by the British Challenger 1 and 2 tanks and the 125mm 3BM59 Svinets 1 and 3MB60 Svinets 2 rounds fired by Russian tanks like the T-80. Today, companies in 5 countries, the United States, the United Kingdom, France, Russia, and Pakistan, are known to produce DU ammunition. However, perhaps the most famous use of DU is in the 30mm PGU-14B rounds for the GAU-8 Avenger rotary cannon carried by the Fairchild Republic A-10 Thunderbolt 2, aka the Warthog. Weighing 395 grams, these rounds comprise a lightweight aluminium shell wrapped around a smaller DU penetrator and can achieve a muzzle energy of just over 200 kilojoules, enough to penetrate the thinner top armor of most modern tanks. Furthermore, the GAU-8 can deliver these projectiles at a blistering rate of 3,900 rounds per minute. At these speeds, it would take only 18 seconds of continuous firing to use up the A-10's ammunition supply, though in practice, pilots are limited to firing 2-second bursts to conserve ammunition and avoid overheating or wearing out the gun. Depleted uranium ammunition made its combat debut during the Gulf War of 1990 to 1991, during which coalition forces fired some 350 tons of DU against Iraqi targets over the course of 6 months. Some 10 tons of DU was also fired by NATO forces in Bosnia in 1994 to 95 and Kosovo in 98 to 99, and 2,000 tons by US forces during the 2003 invasion of Iraq. Yet despite widespread claims by the US military, DU is not some magical tank-killing secret weapon. Indeed, relatively few tanks were actually destroyed by depleted uranium rounds during these conflicts. During the Gulf War, for instance, of the 1,000 Iraqi tanks destroyed by A-10s, 900 were destroyed using the AGM-65 Maverick missile, not the GAU-8, while of the remaining 2,700 tanks destroyed by helicopters, tanks, and ground forces, only 45 were hit by DU rounds, a kill rate of less than 1 in 7. Some of this ineffectiveness has to do with the inherent inaccuracy of the GAU-8, exacerbated by the practice of flying at high altitudes to avoid anti-aircraft fire. However, even under ideal conditions, the A-10's performance leaves much to be desired. On November 7, 1979, the US Air Force conducted a live-fire demonstration of the A-10 at Nellis Air Force Base in Nevada. For this test, 10 M47 Patton tanks of 1950s vintage were arranged on the ground in a triangular formation to simulate a column of similarly sized Soviet T-62 tanks on the move. The pilot then made 10 passes at the target, 1 for each tank, and fired a total of 174 rounds. Yet despite these near-ideal conditions, clear skies, a stationary target, and no anti-aircraft fire, only 90 rounds hit their targets, with only 30 of these achieving penetration. 3 tanks were declared destroyed, 3 were immobilized by hits to the tracks and suspension systems, while 2 were completely unscathed. But this already marginal result was made worse by several factors. First, in a real combat situation, the presence of anti-aircraft defense vehicles like the ZSU-23-4 Shilka would have limited the pilot to a single pass. The moving tank column would have also made things more difficult. Even worse, by the time the test was conducted, the M47 was hopelessly outdated, and had the targets been more modern M60 tanks, the report concluded only 1 would likely have been destroyed. And had they been even more advanced Soviet T-62s, the very tanks the targets were meant to represent, none would have been destroyed. Indeed, during the Gulf War, 20 coalition vehicles were hit by DU rounds in friendly fire incidents, with 90% of their crews surviving. So while DU certainly has its advantages, it is far from the magic bullet that its proponents claim it to be. But the infamy of depleted uranium rounds lies less in their mythical tank-busting ability, but rather their supposed long-term toxic effects. Indeed, DU contamination has been widely posited as at least one cause of so-called Gulf War syndrome, a cluster of chronic symptoms including fatigue, muscle pain, insomnia, and impaired cognition, affecting nearly 250,000 US veterans of the 1990 to 1991 conflict. Following the Kosovo War in 1999, British biologist Roger Coghill claims that DU contamination was likely to cause an extra 10,000 cancer deaths in Serbia, while more recently the use of DU munitions around the Iraqi city of Fallujah has been blamed for a steep rise in leukemia, liver and kidney disease, as well as miscarriages and serious birth defects among the local population. According to local physician Dr. Samira Alani, between 2002 and 2005, the US Armed Forces expended 6 billion bullets around Fallujah, according to the figures of the US General Accounting Office. These rounds create fine metal containing dust particles as well as DU containing particles that persist in the environment. These particles can enter the food chain and enter the human body via contaminated food. Toxic particles can also become airborne with the wind and be inhaled by the public. Iraq is prone to frequent sand and dust storms. Continuous public inhalation of toxic materials can lead to cancer. Ingested or inhaled particles that emit alpha radiation can cause cancer. Quote ends. In 2010, Alani co-authored a study revealing that the rate of heart defects in Fallujah had risen to 13 times that in Europe, while between October of 2009 and December of 2011, she personally logged 699 cases of severe birth defects in the city, including cases of spina bifida, hydrocephalus, and even babies born with multiple limbs and heads. Meanwhile, official Iraqi statistics show that between 1991 and 2005, the cancer rate throughout Iraq rose 40 times, from 40 to 1,600 out of every 100,000 people. This has led another Iraqi doctor, Huda Ramash, to compare DU contamination in Iraq to 100 Chernobyls. But is it true? Is depleted uranium actually responsible for all these illnesses? At first glance, the link does appear to be plausible. Depleted uranium is only around 60% as radioactive as natural uranium and emits mostly alpha radiation, which cannot penetrate human skin and is largely harmless outside the body. However, if uranium dust does enter the body via inhalation, ingestion, or wound contamination, the large amount of energy deposited by alpha particles directly into the tissue can cause severe genetic damage and cancer. Worse still, the main constituent of DU, uranium-238, has a half-life of 4.5 billion years. As heavy metal, uranium is also toxic in and of itself, and like lead and cadmium, can accumulate in the bones, liver, and kidneys, causing long-term damage to these organs and the central nervous system. And making the link between DU munitions and chronic health effects even more probable, the fine dust generated by the impact of DU projectiles is very easily absorbed into the body. Yet despite this, there is almost no evidence that DU contamination is directly responsible for any cases of cancer or long-term illness among combat veterans or residents of war zones. Following the Kosovo War, a study of 122 German soldiers deployed in the region revealed that none had incorporated any DU into their bodies, while similar studies on soldiers of other nationalities, as well as residents of Bosnia-Herzegovina and Bosnia, returned similar results. And in the early 2000s, a team from the United Nations Environment Programme's Post-Conflict Assessment Unit and a committee of 50 nations set up by NATO both concluded that soldiers who were possibly exposed to DU dust suffered chronic illnesses at a rate no higher than those who were not exposed. Likewise, a 2021 study conducted by the University of Portsmouth in England concluded that DU contamination was not responsible for Gulf War syndrome, while a 2013 study found that not only was DU not responsible for the rise in chronic illnesses in Fallujah, but that no traces of the material could be found anywhere in the city's soil. Much of this discrepancy stems from an overestimation of the contamination risk posed by depleted uranium. For despite the large quantities of DU ammunition expended during the Gulf War, Balkan Wars, and Iraq invasion, very little entered the environment in a form that could easily cause contamination. For instance, during the Gulf War, 86% of DU rounds were fired by aircraft, which when firing at ground targets typically achieve a hit rate of only 5 to 10%. Furthermore, only about 20% of each projectile is vaporized on impact. Thus, of the 350 tons of DU fired during the Gulf War, only around 7 tons would have been converted to dust, and most of that would have been concentrated inside the targeted vehicles, making it unlikely to be dispersed into the environment. Meanwhile, the projectiles that missed would largely have landed intact in the soft ground and thus pose little long-term contamination risk. And even if the soldiers and civilians had been exposed to large quantities of uranium dust, there is little evidence that this would have impacted their health either. Indeed, a US Centers for Disease Control review of 11 studies on uranium miners found no link between exposure to uranium dust and cancer, with all recorded instances of chronic illness being attributed to exposure to radon gas, a decay product of uranium and other toxic substances in the mine. A 1999 literature review by the RAND Corporation similarly concluded that, quote, no evidence is documented in the literature of cancer or any other negative health effect related to the radiation received from exposure to depleted or natural uranium, whether inhaled or ingested, even at very high doses. Thus, Huda Amash's comparison of DU contamination in Iraq to 100 Chernobyls is a gross exaggeration, and the sharp spike in chronic health problems in Fallujah is likely caused by other factors, such as non-radioactive heavy metals and other toxic materials released by regular munitions. Despite this, many groups have pushed for DU projectiles to be banned, with the Yugoslav government even arguing in June 1999 that the use of such weapons was an act of genocide due to the potential long-term effects of DU contamination on the Yugoslav people. Others have pointed to Article 35 of Protocol 1 of the Geneva Conventions, which prohibit any means or methods of warfare that cause superfluous injuries or unnecessary suffering. However, the US military has countered these claims by arguing that DU rounds are solely designed to defeat armored vehicles via kinetic and incendiary effects, thus making them perfectly legal under international law. Nonetheless, several branches of the US Armed Forces, as well as many foreign militaries, have begun to slowly abandon DU ammunition. In 1989, the US Navy announced that it would phase out DU shells in its Phalanx Sea-Whiz systems in favor of more conventional tungsten ammunition, which meets performance requirements without any potential health and environmental risks. In 2002 and 2008, the British Army and the US Marine Corps also announced the replacement of DU rounds with tungsten on its armored fighting vehicles, with the latter stating, "We're not considering depleted uranium anymore because of the environmental problems associated with it, be they real or perceived." But while depleted uranium weapons may not be a tank-killing magic bullet nor a radioactive disaster waiting to happen, you still wouldn't want to find yourself on the receiving end of one. So, if you ever see the menacing shape of an A-10 Warthog sweeping down towards you, it's probably best to take cover.
Topic? Yeah, it's too complex. It can't be confined to a small spot. It needs like its own Discord. Yeah, a simple Google search. A simple Google search tells me that there's no Rogue Tank Discord. So yeah, GG. Yeah, leave it. Start your own Rogue Tank Discord. Or a Rogue Tank Discord, I should say. Yep, you need specific server channels dedicated to different people's motivation, right? So you have like a new leaf newbie chat channel for people to ask basic questions, and then you need another channel for more experienced people. So it's experienced people talking with experienced people, newbie people talking with newbie people. You can't combine the two. It'll just lead to chaos and conflict. What's up, Punnett? Welcome to the stream. At what level did we just go full into Shadow? At 40? Yes, you go hard Shadow. From level 1 to 40, always Shadow. In my opinion, it's not worth the respec cost of going into wand specialization, which I did, but you know. But yeah, you want to go all points into Shadow. You can save a bit of gold by, you know, yeah. Is it a bit of gold? Yeah. Full Shadow, full Shadow. Alright, I'll keep it simple. Oh yeah, I don't really care, Scott, about the actual argument. I mostly care about the prevention, so this never becomes an issue in the future. I don't really we don't even have to talk about World of Warcraft. We have to have a discussion about properly categorizing a Discord server so it accommodates different people of different playstyles. It's not even... Yeah, you can't do that. You can't have a communally dedicated class Discord server and then just have one tank channel or one a rogue. You can't. You need to make a separate Discord. The topic of rogue tank is too big to be confined to one chat channel. It's a recipe for disaster. This is like basic management 101. It doesn't even have to do with Discord management. It's just like, I could make a billion analogies of why this is not good. So both the topic of dungeon tanking and raid tanking confined to one chat channel. That's beautiful. Jesus. Especially with the massive gap in threat difference between a horde rogue tank and an alliance rogue tank. To have people be confused about who's talking about what faction in one chat channel. Oh, Scott, if you're actually serious about having some sort of sway on Agrand, could you please suggest a roll check? There is no roll check in Season of Discovery. It's impossible to tell who's the tank, who's the healer. Oh, for sure, yeah, the heroic version. Yep. Uh-huh. I mean, that's what happened in original World of Warcraft Cataclysm. I think it was just before or after the release of original WoW Cataclysm, people were complaining. Stuff was too easy, so they literally added the heroic mode because of people complaining it was too easy. No, sorry. What was it? Yes. Yeah. Thought I was confusing you. Oh, you don't even have to go that far, Scott. You can just have a different. Whoa. Just a sec. I almost died there. You can just have different color palettes on gear. You're going like the massive coding route. You can just something as simple as gear looking different is incentive enough for people to try the heroic mode. Or just have a higher drop chance. You're going way too far, Scott. You're going like the $1 billion needed route. You can just go higher chance to drop. Yeah, you don't need to look further than Wrath of Lich King Classic, where I think if you sign up as a tank in the LFG, you have a higher chance to gain a mount or something like that. Someone can correct me in chat, but I do believe there were incentives like that. Yeah, it would not take a lot of time for the programmer, but you also have to consider the fact that they have to make a press release, and it's a whole. There's a lot more than just programming. A few more people are involved. It costs a lot. Topic? Yeah, it's too complex. It can't be confined to a small spot. It needs like its own Discord. Yeah, a simple Google search. A simple Google search tells me that there's no Rogue Tank Discord. So yeah, GG. Yeah, leave it. Start your own Rogue Tank Discord. Or a Rogue Tank Discord, I should say. Yep, you need specific server channels dedicated to different people's motivation, right? So you have like a new leaf newbie chat channel for people to ask basic question, and then you need another channel for more experienced people. So it's experienced people talking with experienced people, newbie people talking with newbie people. You can't combine the two. It'll just lead to chaos and
This motherfucker said he was like a fire warlock, but takes the shadow legs anyways. Like, fuck you. But I said GZ anyways.
What's up, Punished? Welcome to the stream. At what level did we just go full into shadow? At 40? Yes, you go hard shadow. From level 1 to 40, always shadow. In my opinion, it's not worth the respec cost of going into wand specialization, which I did, but you know. But yeah, you want to go all points into shadow. You can save a bit of gold by, you know, yeah. Is it a bit of gold? Yeah. Full shadow. Alright, I'll keep it simple. Oh yeah, I don't really care, Scott, about the actual argument. I mostly care about the Ooh, maybe the biggest injection of endorphins I get. Yeah, this happens maybe every 3 days. Someone pays an absorbent amount for one of my disenchanted materials. Some poor guy got drunk, played World of Warcraft, went on the auction, and then just paid an insane amount of gold for one of my stuff. Is there a better feeling? I don't think so. SMS. Oh, Scarlet Crusade. Not that special. It used to be special, but I think I personally I have it on my Alliance Tank Priest. Phase 3 raid. I'm surprised Nomorgon is a raid, honestly, considering all the ledge hop exploits and whatnot. Oh, actually, am I surprised? No, Nah, I can't be surprised by Blizzard anymore. Sunken Temple? Yeah, Sunken Temple is another dungeon that has a lot of exploits and ledge hops, but I don't think Blizzard really cares about fixing them, just like in Nomorgon. Personally, I would not like that, because there is a certain location near Swamp of Sorrow that I will be just planting my 2 feet and just never leaving that zone. And chances are people will be going to this mysterious zone as they're waiting for the raid in Sunken Temple. Are you ready for the ST raid? I'm literally in the zone. Yeah, correct. Oh, it's even, I mean, this is both... on the PvE realm, it's not going to be an issue of getting ganked in Blasted Lands, but on PvP, it's going to be a huge issue. Right? Do I remember the realm categories? That's it, right? You cannot get ganked on a PvE realm unless toggle is used. On the Alliance Priest, I will quite literally be selling animal body parts to people in the raid. Quite, yeah. Oh, yes. No, wait. Yes, yes. I'll be stationed at the entrance of Blasted Lands. Just whispering people. Fellow brethren, you do not need to venture into the Blasted Lands to kill animals for their body parts. Let me give you their body parts for 1 gold. Beside the quest giver to hand in the stuff so they get their buff. Yeah, I'll be quite literally posting in the middle of a raid, selling my stuff in raid chat. Well, it won't be that obvious, but I might maybe sell fire blooms as well. Yeah. I have to run the math on what is better. Skinning or herbalism. Yeah, the skinning has less travel time. I know exactly which mobs to skin in Blasted Lands in terms of the exact spots. Right, there's the Snickerfang hounds. As you enter the zone, there's always 5 in that crater, so you can literally just AFK and then tab target. Are my messages going out? One thing I would like to see become more popular is the world buff in Camp Tarajo. I was disappointed to... Well, we all know how easy raids are. But yeah, the trivialization of raids kind of killed the need for the world buff in Camp Tarajo. It's a shame, I had like so much planned for that, and it just fell by the wayside. I'm hoping that at level 60, raids are hard enough, at least for a few weeks, that we get to see Razorhide being used more. Speaking of consumables and whatnot. The Angara Crater Crystal Pylon buffs. The pylon buffs do not stack with traditional class buffs. The Thorns buff might be good if you don't have a druid. Yeah, but it's not even worth the bag slot, honestly. Just join a battleground, you'll get Thorns. Ask for Thorns in the battleground. Boom, there you go. Crystal Charge. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, Crystal Charge doesn't require engineering. isn't engineering. Right now, okay, so let's see, no more gone. Melee DPS would go leatherworking and engineering. Yeah. It'll be good for people who want to still maintain 2 gold-making professions while still contributing a bit more DPS. That's true. On a PvP realm, it's gonna be hell to go into Ungaro Crater. Yeah. Or fun. If you like PvP, fun. If you don't like PvP, no. Yeah, there's definitely going to be a few farmers doing the Mountain Silver Sage rotation alongside the mining rotation. Yeah. And maybe the Devil's Sword farm. I'm not exactly sure. Yeah, who knows? Maybe the Devil's Sword set is still good, even in the next phase. And there are a lot of people in Ungaro farming. Oh, we can already sign up for Ashenvale. We can start the Ashenvale farm. the STV event is level 40, right? Yeah, level 40. But the Ashen Veil came down at 25. Oh, that's another amazing feeling. You get invited to an Ashen Veil event, you get teleported. The minute you get teleported, you immediately start tailoring. Immediately start crafting stuff. You're just chilling while everyone is going around killing stuff.
I gotta get more water. Plus, I wanted to ditch that warlock because, like, he's kind of hella AFKing. The dude fucking stole my goddamn shadow fucking pants. The dude straight up told me he was a fire mage. So why the fuck are you rolling on shadow damage, you piece of shit? I didn't want to be toxic, so I was just like, yeah, congrats, fucking piece of shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to set my Hearthstone to Brill anyways, so I can like go back there to empty my bags every now and then whenever enough. Like it's an hour cooldown, so it'd probably take me an hour to fill my bags anyways. So
when AV hits, you can full out AFK craft in AV. There's one of the literal winning strategies for AV is to AFK at a certain spot. So, yeah. Oh, these guys are high level or higher. Yeah, I can see switching to PvP. Oh yeah. Right now, yeah, there are some ways you can kind of go under the radar for a short amount of time. I've said this in previous streams. As soon as I have a few hours to myself, I am making a script to detect if my name ever gets said in chat and stuff like that. Yeah, a kind of script that accounts for every single possibility so I can AFK better. Ooh, I really should get Psychic Screen on. Yeah, an AFK guide. That's something I've always wanted to do. So for example, I do believe it's with the introduction of AV where your damage starts to get listed on the scoreboard. So if you want to go under the radar for a long time in AV and give the impression that you're not AFK, I believe the threshold is 10,000 damage. There's kind of like a ubiquitously accepted amount of damage done by a person for people not to suspect that you're AFK, and I think it was 10,000. 10,000. Whoa, my HP. Whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah, that's. Okay, let's make the macro. I thought I could get away without using this macro, but is the flash here or lesser heal? Oh, it's in Burning Crusade? Dang, okay. Whoa, this quick is not happening? What's happening here? No, yeah. No, there's nothing better. No, okay. Yeah, I remember I used to, when I was farming Blasted Lands, I used to dip into Swamp of Sorrow general chat for half a second just to post in it. So I would zone into Swamp of Sorrow for half a second, post my stuff in general chat, and then just move back into Blasted Lands. Nice. It's TP. Ooh, 1 minute. Ah, here, motherfucker. Let's see. Let's see the recent. Let's see if there's any Wowhead news. Oh yeah, Resto Druids, or Healing Druids got buffed. Which is good, but they, yeah, they buffed the Living Seed rune. Sadly, no one goes the Living Seed rune, so... Oh yeah, Moonkins can now cast Innervate, Mark of the Wild, and Rebirth, which is huge. I can now scream at Moonkins to not slack as much. Oh yeah, Moonkins can now heal as well because of Fury of Storm Rage. Oh yeah, the living seed is good, it's just no one was going it because there was no need for it. And also, the healer hierarchy kind of pushed down healing druids generally, so going a healing druid was a subcategory, and then living seed was even a deeper subcategory within the healing druid. With Fury of Stormrage getting buffed, a lot of boomkins are going to try to get by being the healer and the DPSer. They, yeah, healing druids need a change in playstyle. Blizzard cannot just keep adding hot runes and expect people to pick them. When Fury of Stormrage exists, which literally pushes you to DPS and heal, they need to add tree form. Yeah, they need to add tree form, and they just need to massively inflate the amount of healing you deal by going to tree form, because otherwise people are just gonna try to get by coast by being a DPSer and then just heal on the sideline. Yeah, speaking from experience. I'm very much speaking from experience. It's absolutely crazy how few healing druids pick up healing runes, pure healing runes. What else? Yeah, and with the introduction of power infusion from priests will be highly sought after in raids. More priests are going to be pushed to become DPS and also contribute power infusion while also healing, so that kind of leaves healing druids by the sideline. Yeah. Yeah, they need to add tree form. Add tree form plus 30% healing added. Yep, that's it. I'm pretty sure it was leaked in the data mine that druids are getting tree form. Yeah. Or was it tree ants? No, it was tree ants, sorry. So yeah, balanced druids, or maybe just druids baseline, will be getting tree ants. That's 100, well, it's pretty 100%, it was in the data mine. But tree form, unsure. boys ready? You boys ready for tree ants not being able to be controlled? Yet another uncontrollable, summonable minion? You guys ready to accidentally pull? Oh, for those wondering, it was also data mined leaked that warlocks, either baseline or demonology warlocks, will be able to summon more pets. If people were confused as to what I'm alluding to, right? And usually when you summon more than one mob, it's uncontrollable. But if you summon just one mob, it is controllable. So Homunculi from Priests, the Priest Rune, is 3 mobs. You cannot control it. But Shadow Fiend is 1 mob, also from Priest, which is controllable. Tree Ants are not controllable because you summon 3 Tree Ants. My guess is that warlocks are getting wildfire imps. So little imps that get summoned when you cast a spell often, and they deal they have really low HP, but they shoot fireball. That's what I'm thinking. Blizzard kind of learned from Homunculi to design mobs that are small, so it doesn't take up the screen too much. So I suspect the tree ants are going to be smaller than the original tree ants in Burning Crusade, and also all future summonable pets will be small. I mean, there's quite literally a ruin in either Cataclysm or Wrath that makes your pet appearance smaller. Yeah, either Kata or Wrath, where you can get a rune, not a rune, a glyph, a minor glyph that makes the pet size smaller. So that's why I think warlocks are going to get Wildfire Imps, which is the smallest model demon. Do you need a warrior really dead? Someone's 5 full-size. You just summoned the entire Diablo cow level. Cows just appear in the raid. Huge overlay just descends on the raid. Oh yeah, and shamans are getting Feral Spirit, the 3 wolves that you summon.
That's
been
spell kind of sucks
well.
ass.
Oh, also, what happened to the... I guess the data leak of Bloodlust rune being dropped in STV was... They maybe didn't go for it it didn't implement it in the end, or was that a fake news? I guess they changed their mind last minute not to add a Bloodlust rune. Let's do a little admin work. I'm working on the Phase 2 Priest Tank Guide. On the sidelines here, it's almost finished. Just dotting my T's. No, dotting the I's, crossing the T's there, that's the expression. Flame sacks, oh yeah? I have PTSDs from doing the flame sack farm. Bad memories there. I won't use the term PT, just bad memories. Bad memories of flame sack farming. Yeah, I could see the last boss in ST being very fun in a raid. If they make it hard. Please, please make the last boss hard, Blizzard. Come on. It's an intriguing mechanic. Oh, and make the summonable boss, the optional summonable boss, drop really good loot. Yeah. Ooh, you know what they could do? They could put a sucking whirlpool vortex in the hole in the middle of Sunken Temple. There's a hole where you can fall. They could put like some sort of tornado in the middle of that hole that you need to move out of from as it's sucking you in. So the longer you stay in the middle room of Sunken Temple, the more you get sucked into the middle, and if you don't move constantly, you have the risk of falling into the hole. Yeah, just have this overwhelming, constant, dragging force pulling you to the middle. Oh, and you would need stuff like consumables to circumvent, or maybe what is it, Blessing of Freedom? Or you could just make it really hard and not make it circumventable. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, the undead troll priest. Yeah, have the ghosts one-shot people. There you go. Yep, that's it. You could make the whole... You could make people have the impression that the raid is hard just by having one boss. Or the mobs before the boss one-shot you. That alone will cause a lot of people to say the raid in its entirety is hard, just because there's a mob that can one-shot you. That's how people's minds work, unfortunately, but, you know. Yeah, have the ghost mob to one-shot you, but the bonus is that you can go into ghost form and run back to your body from the entrance. That's kind of the meet halfway point. Like the... Don't make it too demoralizing, but, you know. Yeah, you have to run back in ghost form to your body within the Sunken Temple raid. And then you'll have people get lost, which is good, right? You'll have to actually remember the layout of the raid to get back to your body. So you're kind of indirectly pushing people to learn the layout of the raid. Pulling the last boss when you still have mobs alive could be the heroic mode version of Sunken Temple. So for those of you who do not know, if there are mobs still alive in Sunken Temple, when you pull the last boss, it will pull those last remaining mobs towards the last boss. And they could make it so the more mobs are left alive when you pull the boss, the better loot you get. Blizzard, hire me. Yeah, you can either go better loot, you can go higher chance of drop loot, you can go duplicate loot. There's many different ways. Pick whatever you want. You can go, maybe that's one of the ways you get the buff. The Sunken Temple world buff consumable. I don't know. You choose. This is how I would have implemented the tanking runes. I would not have made it so easy for classes to get their tank rune. I would have made it this hard. Like,
okay, Hitler, jeez.
yeah, I'm a bit disappointed of how they added tanking runes. For shamans, I would have liked something along the lines of killing an elite mob. while a rock biter weapon is active, and after a certain threshold of earth shock damage has been dealt to said elite mob. That, yeah, that minimum. So you are tanking even before the tanking rune is gained in an effort for you to learn how to tank. So the barrier of entry is a bit higher than how it is right now to get the rune. So this elite mob would hit for a lot. So you would need a healer. So at least 2 people required to get the tanking rune for shaman and stuff like that, yeah. Yeah, you would need Rockbiter. The rune would not get unlocked unless you have Rockbiter. A large amount of Earth Shock damage has to be met. Oh, and you need to receive a certain amount of damage from said mob. So all the quotas are filled. No one can bypass the rune. Oh man, that would be a beautiful world, where shamans need to get a bit of gear in order to tank that elite mob. Need to find a healer, decent enough healer, maybe make some sort of movement fight where you need to move out of fire and... Yeah, that would be good. Oh, stuff is happening. I propose making shaman tank auto attack cost 1 gold. Or, yeah, make it a rep grind. So yeah, the rune can only be accessed through a rep grind of maybe killing the elite would give you rep, and in order to kill the in order to get the criteria for killing it, you need to take a certain amount of damage, deal an amount of certain threat, yeah. I'm surprised I did not get kicked from this group. I've been half paying attention. mines here, I can AFK even more. Even more. Such a thing is possible. Right now my AFK is relegated to wanding. Wanding is the longest time you can go AFK for. But it's not AoE. Have an AoE ability? Abilities, Druid. Let's see. I guess it would be balance. Oh, Hurricane? Yeah. Okay, I see here. And I think feral kitties get swipe. Yeah, feral kitties would generate the most threat. Wait, your feral kitties don't have AoE? What the? I thought swipe is... Thrash? What's it called? I have to check the rules.
Now, if you're really trying to find yourself, I have some secret information about where you are. Where? You are a poor, misguided little girl who got herself all tangled up about sex. Who wrote a poor, misguided, tangled up book about sex that was read by hundreds of thousands of poor, misguided people who were all tangled up about sex. Follow me? So why don't you call that a bad job and do better?
I guess balanced druids never cast Hurricane, because it's better to just dot stuff up, right? Yeah, I would assume it's better to dot stuff up. Man, I could have sworn feral kitties get swipe. Maybe it's future data mine, I confused myself.
I don't understand. What's making the pilot so late?
Alright.
He promised to join us immediately, sir.
That was really a strange time.
He's the best there is.
Oh yeah, what's happening with the Spirit of the Alpha and Tranquil Air Totem? I have to ask around. What's the deal with that? Do they stack? What's happening? Does the Spirit of the Alpha increase threat, and then Tranquil Air Totem decreases that threat? Does one override the other? Questions. I guess there's no way to figure that out, right? We'll just have to wait till next phase. There's not even a hint, because totems are an aura buff, while Spirit of Alpha is a flat-out buff. You would assume the constant aura ticking buff overrides the permanent buff. But this seems like something you can complain about and it gets fixed. It's such a feasible thing to understand and implement. You just have Tranquil Air Totem not affect you if you have Alpha, and it's that simple. I could see the average casual player complaining about it and then getting fixed. Yeah, phase 3. I mean, in a raiding scenario, you would just position yourself. If worse comes to worse, you just position yourself in a way where the tank doesn't get clipped by the Tranquil Air Totem range. Nine times out of 10, if the boss is properly positioned, the tank will not be in range of the totem placed by the enhancement shaman, as long as the enhancement shaman doesn't go in the increased range totem talent in resto. So oh yeah, you guys saw that Alpha, Spirit of Alpha buff? The Shaman now gains attack power if he casts Alpha on another target. That's actually really good. It's great incentivization. That now makes Spirit of the Alpha the de facto best rune to get for a enhancement shaman. DPS and tank, assuming mitigation is not an issue. have to stop doing Wailing Caverns after this. Not getting that much EXP. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, 26. Yeah. Okay, okay. Pull, my friend. Oh, 24. Alright, level 24. Okay. That's an even bigger. Oh, we have a mage. Ah, I see. I see what's going on. Do elemental shamans go in the Spirit Alpha Rune slot. Oh, okay. Yeah, interesting. Flame Slacks, 2 bots reported. How are you making a profit, Scott? If there are bots... If there are bots there, that means... You're sleeping bag gigging it, right? I hope you have sleeping bag. Let me see how much XP I'm getting. Yeah, not good. Okay. Humanoid mobs have a chance to drop cloth, which is good. Don't quote me on this, but I do believe humanoid mobs have a higher chance to drop greens as well. Whoa, what's happening here, Mr. Mage? 35 to 39 humanoid.
Your father's far from being a well-man's character.
Yes, I know.
Seeing you for the first time may be something of a shock to him. He's been looking forward to your great. I hope that will be any occasion for you to please him. Come with me, please.
That's a hard one. Maybe Storm Guard Keep in Arathi Highlands. There are some easy ledges you can hop to in order to reset stuff if you pull too much. Yeah, those duders are humanoids. I do believe they have a high chance to drop cloths in greens. I'd have to double check if they are elites or just the normal. There's also Angor Fortress in Badlands. I'd have to double check the levels, but yeah, those duders are humanoids. There are also chests in there. I don't know if they are elite or not. Yeah, those are I think the only two zones I can suggest. Alright, we're sticking with this group for 3 more minutes. They seem to be lost. This is XP being wasted here, so... seconds, and then we TP. Oh, I see stuff. Okay, one minute. Oh man, we could do RFK. And RFKs and Barons. Yeah, we're doing that. Is there a default setting for TSM to always create the max? Let's see. Oh. What? No, would it be zero? No. I'll have to investigate that later. For now, manually. go, go, gadget, undead legs. Priest Tank Phase 2 Guide is now live. Dungeon Tank Guide at the very least. Next on the docket, I need to figure out a way to have notes on my screen through WeCora. Basic notes. How does this guy do it? Where's the group? Whoops. I don't understand how does he do it? How does he do tabs in the display text? Should have taken the flight path.
Oh, what's up, Emil? I'm probably like way too late. I don't know if you're still in chat. I just seeing that you sent new messages. Game bro, they did Nomergon with the Pug as Druid tank. Won the DPS on the first 3 bosses, then wiped on Pummeler 4 times and all left. They can't listen. Damn, I get so pissed. Gonna take a joint and hope wife don't kill me. Smoke a joint. I'm sorry to hear that. Sometimes... Was this like a pug you're talking about?
Damn. or Lua is hard-coded not to be fluid. Unless you customize it in the custom CSS, it defaults the width and the height. Okay. Yeah, I thought that would be a thing. Alright, this is the fix. Oops. Okay, that's not correct. Let's... There, that's better. Okay, so the to-do list for gear is done.
You only got one monitor, because there are OBS set on where you can get who keeps track and makes them when you get a message. Yeah, I use I'm a single monitor streamer. I use my cell phone for looking at chat for when I'm playing like full screen games. I could most of the things like I streamed games where it wasn't full screen and like I could have the game open and chat and see them both on the same monitor type of deal. So I've had to adapt here using a cell phone as my chat, but every now and then I just have, sometimes I forget that I need to like look down and see if anything's new in chat. Got your hand on some banana kuss. Pricey, but godlike. Does it actually taste like bananas?
Oh yeah, the arena chest does exist in STV. I hear no one talk about it. Absolutely zero people are talking about the fact you could get a really good emergency absorb trinket. Which is a real shame. It's a really good trinket for a lot of stuff. PvP.
Ever tried banana candy? No, I haven't. Banana skids taste exactly the same. Maybe there is this banana candy thing I remember, but I forget what they're called, honestly.
Or even you yourself, maybe.
It's like they're actually they look like little bananas, but they also come with like strawberry candies that are the same. They're like puffy and shit. They're not hard candy, it's soft candy. I forget what they're called.